not obviously didn't change it. So, hello everyone. If you're here, you might be waiting for half an hour for people to join, but we're
Yeah,
live.
they'll be able to watch Emmerdale first, wouldn't they?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, half an hour. Yeah, I
No,
thought
Stuart would.
oh,
Yeah.
Stuart. Well, yeah, Stuart's mad for it. But I honestly thought I changed the time to 7 o'clock, but I obviously didn't. I only told everyone that I changed it to 7 o'clock. So what a muppet. But anyway, uh, might as well get started with recent watches. Roy, do you want to go first? Except don't mention the one that begins with an E and ends with a T, please.
What, he-
You might get
well,
some people riled up.
I know, yeah. What's wrong with people? Well, I watched, since I've done my weekly watches, I've watched two films.
Okay.
The first one being Yakuza, a Sidney Pollack film with Robert Mitchum, and what a brilliant film this was. I was watching Warren's video, Goose's movie. You know, he does his monthly watches. I know Sam always watches it.
Oh, what a guy. Yeah, legend.
And he's so big this film up. And I've had it in the collection for ages. I thought I just got to get it on, and it was brilliant. It's about Mitchum after World War II. Like, you know, the Allies stayed on in Japan just to occupy it and make sure everything was all right for a few years. Well, Mitchum, he stayed on, and he was a sergeant in the army, and he fell in love with this woman, and then fell out with the woman's brother. He ended up going back to the States, where he meets up with an old friend played by Brian Keith. Now, if you don't know Brian Keith, he's a really good character actor. He's been in quite a bit of stuff. And Brian Keith was over in Japan with him, and he's fell into gun running for the Yakuza. Now, he's promised the Yakuza some guns, but he can't deliver. So he's got Mitchum to go over and talk to his ex-brother-in-law to see, because he's Yakuza as well, and see if he can smooth it out with the rest of the Yakuza. But then it all goes south from there. And I wouldn't say any more about it in case you want to watch it, but what a film. Just brilliant. And there's a twist in it that I didn't see coming. Yeah, really, really enjoyed that. Recommend. I love Sidney Pollack. Yeah, great film. And then this morning I watched Cisco Pike, Gene Hackman, Karen Black, Chris Christopherson, Harry Dean Stanton, all sadly dead now. This was just all right, to be honest. It's about Hackman. He was like a crooked cop, and Chris Christopherson, he's sort of like a former drug deal, and he coerces Christopherson into doing more drug dealing because he's got to raise 10 grand in 2 days. And yeah, it was all right, nothing special. It passed an hour and a half. Yes, that's it. Just two over the last couple of days.
I've not seen either of those, but I'm definitely going to add them both to the watch list because especially the Yakuza. Yeah, that sounds like right up my street. Might be something we finally agree on.
It could be. Could be. You never know you look.
Well, I think we'll talk about it in a minute, but I think one of the films I watched today were pretty much on the same mindset as. But then I think everyone pretty much had about the same opinion as it. But we'll get onto that in a minute. Sam, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I rewatched Train Spotting today. Absolutely phenomenal. It's like my top 20 films of all time. I really want to knuckle down and get doing like a top 10 British films video, and that would be right up there. It's just absolutely phenomenal. You know, like just kind of that staple of great British cinema, which I'm a sucker for. It's just, yeah, absolutely love it. And I rewatched Amelie, and you know what? I might have even preferred it on rewatch. I gave it a 4 out of 5 the last time I watched it, and then it bumped to 4.5 out of 5. It is just fantastic. Ollie, I think you would really like that as well, considering, like myself, yeah, like myself, like I'm a big Wes Anderson fan, and know you are as well, Ollie. So yeah, it's kind of got elements of a Wes Anderson movie in that. Would you agree with that, Roy?
Yeah, I can see that. It's a film I've only watched it once years ago, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, and just the colour grading as well, mate. Like the green colour, the red colour grading. It's just a beautiful movie. I love it. I think it would make a great double feature with The Worst Person in the World, to be honest.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Yeah, definitely, Roy. I think that when I either went to watch Worst Person in the World for the first time or went back and rewatched Amelie, I think I said to you, Roy, like last year, do you know what? These movies would make a great double bill. I'm probably going to try that someday. And Worst Person in the World, I'm overdue rewatching that as well, because what a fantastic movie that is. It's amazing. Have you seen that, Ollie? Worst Person in the World?
No, not seen it yet. No.
Yeah,
I've heard it's good. Yeah,
it's phenomenal, mate. Yeah, it's
I
definitely one
like
of my
that
favorite
one as well.
world cinema films. It's definitely one of the finest films from like Mubi as well. So yeah, it's just goes to show, to throw a bit of a pun on the Clash song, Mubi can't fail. There we go.
As
And
sorry,
sorry.
Sam. No, I was just gonna say I don't know if Roy's done it. He might have done it, but Sam, have you done my watch poll video yet? Commented, because I was gonna say Amelie's on the shelf for this week. If you wanted to vote for that one.
Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah, I need to get on to watching that video. Yeah, I'll definitely do that. I'll yeah, check it out.
If
Is
you
there a
don't get a
deadline
chance,
or anything? Oh, sorry, mate. Go on.
yeah, it'll be Tuesday night that I'll be doing it. But if you don't get a chance to comment before then, I can put you down for Amelie if you want.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I'll got a little bit of YouTube to catch up on as well. So I'll definitely make time for that video and stuff. And yeah, it is a fantastic movie, mate. And I watched for the first time, and oh my god, this was fucking phenomenal. I watched Throne of Blood from Akira Kurosawa. Breathtaking. It was fantastic. And like Akira, I gave it a 5 out of 5 straight off the bat. I absolutely loved it. And I think Akira Kurosawa has got to be like my top 5 directors now. That was just a fantastic movie. Just quite bleak and subtle ending as well. And, you know, the outcome of like what's happened, like overruling and stuff, and that this spirit that's just passing on and can see the future and information that's pouring into someone's head and stuff. And it was just absolutely fantastic, Ollie. So I gave it like a 9.5 out of 10. I watched 10 Things I Hate About You for the first time, which I really enjoyed. That was a really cool movie. And yeah, definitely just goes to show that there's the 90s and comedies just go hand in hand. And rewatched Bad Neighbours, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, those are some of my latest watches there, Ollie.
Nice. There is one that you just mentioned that we'll talk about later on, because like I said, I got especially the last topic that we're going to talk about is quite an expansive topic. I'll just give you a preview. Those are all some of the films that we'll be talking about later on. But I'll talk about that when we get to it. But yeah, some good watches there, definitely.
Thanks, bud.
Do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, so I watched the second season of Andor this past week. I binged it over 2 days, and I really enjoyed. I'm a big Star Wars fan, so I really enjoyed the first season. I thought it was really one of the better Star Wars shows. It was really good, and some of the most, like, when you compare to like the Disney stuff recently, that like Andor was just like top tier. It felt like it was just worlds apart, just like really levels up. And I really enjoyed the second season. It was really good. It's like I've seen a few things online where people said it fills in more gaps, and you look at Rogue One differently then, because it's obviously the prequel to that. And I can obviously see where it adds more in. Then you can look at it differently. I've not rewatched it. I'm going to watch it this week. Rogue One again with that kind of like fresh take of watching Andor. But I really enjoyed it. I thought it was it's good that they can do Star Wars films and you can really enjoy them. And same with Rogue One, where you haven't got Jedi. You don't have to have like the Jedi and all this, and you can still really enjoy it and get into it. So I thought that was a really solid show. I really enjoyed that. And I watched the Minecraft movie this past week. So I'd never played Minecraft before, and I thought I'll give this a shot. It looks like Jumanji. I like them sort of movies, fun, family entertaining movies, and I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun movie. It was like it wasn't on par with a Jumanji, but it was still. I felt like I didn't have to like play the video games or anything like that. I like Jack Black. I think he's funny. It was just a daft movie overall. I enjoyed that. So that's what I watched last night, and I watched it come out a few years ago. I think it might have won like Best Picture or something. The Big Short. It come out like 10 years ago. It was about the 2008 financial crisis, and I remember watching it years ago, and it's like I said this a few times when I get like movies where you watch them on the first go and you just doesn't click with you and you just don't enjoy it. And there's tons of movies like that over the years. I've watched them first time and I've never really got into them. And this was one of them years ago. I remember turning this off and thinking it was absolute garbage. And I rewatched it the other day because I saw like a clip of it, and then I thought, I'll give it another shot, and I watched it and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was like one of the movies. It's just I just sunk into it, just like really engaged and really enjoyed it. So that was I really enjoyed that watch as well. And I love it when you get a movie like that where you can go back and change your mind on it and be like from beginning of the movie thinking, oh, this is going to be crap. And then you go in the end and you're like, this is why did I not like this on the first time watch? It's weird the way your brain works sometimes with movies. I remember like Logan was like that when I watched that years ago, and I was like, I couldn't get into it the first time, and then I watched it like a year or so later, and I really enjoyed it. And like I said, there's tons over the years like that. So if I ever watch a movie and I kind of don't like it first time around, I'm kind of like inclined to give it another go, maybe a year or two later to try and change the opinion on that. But yeah, really enjoyed that. So that's kind of what I've been watching this past week. I do need to. I've got a few stats I want to watch over the next couple of days. Well, I've got some time off, so yeah, definitely going to watch a few more movies.
Nice. Yeah, I was the exact same with you on The Big Short. I think when I first watched it, I watched it not long after it had come out. I think a lot of it just went over my head and I just didn't really get it. And I've watched it since, like I've picked the Blu-ray up and watched it since, and it just really worked when I watched it on the second watch. Yeah, I think you're right. There's some films that you watch, it might just be the mood that you're in, or you just don't get it the first time, and then you watch it again and you like really appreciate it. And I love when that happens. I think it's good when that happens because
it's awesome.
I always say give a film at least 2 chances, because you could just not be getting it. You might just not be in the right mood to watch it on one day, or I mean, there's some exceptions. There are some films that I think you watch and you know that it's just not for you. But if there's a film out there that you think this is going to be my type of thing, or everyone seems to like it, I always just think give it more than one watch, just to like make sure that it's definitely not your thing.
Yeah, definitely, 100% agree.
Yeah. So I've only watched 3 since I did my weekly watches yesterday. So I watched The Fan yesterday, which was from '96 with Robert De Niro and Wesley Snipes. That was a pretty good thriller. It was directed by Tony Scott. It's just like a typical like '90s thriller. Robert De Niro basically plays like this psychotic baseball fan that's obsessed with this baseball player played by Wesley Snipes, and he just goes off the walls more and more throughout the film. That was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed that one. And then the poo-poo one that I watched, which definitely won't be keeping, was Sunshine. Which to quote Roy, I'll say it was a bag of bollocks.
It is a bag of bollocks.
I just couldn't stand it. I just thought it was so. I just didn't like the story. I didn't like where it was going. I didn't like where it ended up. It was just like, and it's weird films like that because it's like it's Danny Boyle, it's Alex Garland writing it. It's got a good cast. When I read the premise, I thought, "Oh, that sounds like could be quite good," but nothing clicked. Nothing seemed to fall in place. It just didn't seem to do anything. I don't know if anyone else. Have you seen it, AP?
No, is that is it a space one? Is it like a sci-fi one? Is it?
Yeah, it's like where they're on like a mission. I think they're trying to save the sun or some rubbish like that. But
yeah, I've definitely heard of it. I've never seen it though.
I'll be honest, I got about half an hour in and I just lost interest. So it was just like, and I came in at the end and Mark Strong was playing this really severely burnt guy and with a dodgy accent. I was like, oh, fuck this. So I just wandered off. Came back when the end credits came on. I don't very often do that, but I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. It was just doing my nutting. So, yeah, have you seen that one, Sam?
Not really, mate. I've never, to be honest, I love Danny Boyle, but I have never fancied that movie for some reason. I'm assuming there was good weather in that film, though, Ollie.
Oh, it was hot. It was very hot.
It was very hot.
It was very in fact,
if
so hot that some of them were getting burnt to death.
Oh shit! Oh dear. I was gonna say no, Liam. If they were to pronounce it, it'd be sunshine, as they would pronounce it. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know, Ollie. It's probably one of the couple of Danny Boyle movies I've just like never really fancied, to be honest. But is it just mainly been getting pretty poor press, that one, Ollie? Is it kind of mainly bad reviews, that one?
Well, I'd never really heard much about it. Like, I knew it existed, and I kind of knew that it had a good cast. I had no idea what it was about. I assumed it was something to do with the sun. You would guess that from the title and from the cover. But it was only because I was asking yesterday, I think. I asked, Roy answered, I think, and or was it Roy or Stuart? I can't remember. And Tim, it was you, yeah, to give me recommendations to watch, like that day. And Tim just randomly said Sunshine, even though he said he'd never watched it himself. And Roy comes in and he says, "Oh, that was a load of shit." I was like, "Oh, thanks, Roy." So I put it on. I actually started watching it last night, and like I said, I got half an hour in. I thought, "Fuck this, I'm going to bed." I just turned it off. I went to bed at about 9 o'clock because it was just. And then I didn't put it on again until about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and I was like, "No, I just can't be doing with this." But
there was something funny with this, Ollie. So Roy said in the group that the film actually started off pretty well, and then it went down the hill. And then I replied to Roy, "Why did it decide to rain instead?"
Yeah, I saw that. There's some nature in the film.
Sorry, I think it's quite actually well-regarded film.
Is it?
Oh, is it, Roy? Yeah. I don't know too much about it, to be honest.
Who's in it?
Cillian Murphy, Chris Evans.
So it's got quite a good cast.
Rose Byrne. Yeah, it's got a big cast. Like a lot of people that are more famous now than they were back then. Like Hiroyuki Sanada, obviously from Shogun. Michelle Yeoh's in it. Benedict Wong.
Oh wow.
Obviously Mark Strong, but you don't really see his face because he's like really burned. And it's just stupid. There's a scene at the end where he's just constantly, he's like clawing at them with his hands. And the woman just grabs his arm and like removes the skin off of it because he's obviously really burnt, and just pulls like the skin off of his arm. Really weird. And then you don't really see what happened to him. And yeah, I just walked out of the room in the last 5 minutes and then I literally timed it perfectly because I came back in and it said directed by Danny Boyle. I thought, thank fuck for that. And I clicked the eject button straight away. But on a positive note, the last film that I watched this afternoon was one of the best films I've watched in a few weeks now. And if you've not seen it, any of you, I'd highly recommend it. I got it here. It's called Amazing Grace. If you like your historical films, it is a brilliant film. It's basically about the abolition of slavery in England, in Britain.
All right.
And about the guy, William Wilberforce, so I didn't know anything about him, he was the guy that pushed for it to happen. Really, really good film. Great performance. And I didn't even know what it was about until I picked it up. But you got Ewan Grufford in this, who was Mr. Fantastic in the original, well, not the original, the 2005 and 7 Fantastic Four films.
Hornblower.
Yeah, Hornblower. That's what it says on the back as well.
All right.
You've got Rufus Sewell. You've got Michael Gambon, Albert Finney, Benedict Cumberbatch, who plays the Prime Minister, Toby Jones, Kieran Hines. Just a massive cast. It's just if you like history and you're interested in this time in history, seriously, do yourself a favor, give it a go. I got it for 50p. I was so lucky to find this in the charity shop, but yeah, just brilliant film. Like, it's just, and it's weird because it's got like, it was written by Stephen Knight, who obviously did Peaky Blinders, but this was way before Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
And directed by Michael Apted, who's
Sold.
You've got it. I thought you'd like it, Roy. And it's, directed by Michael Apted, who was a brilliant director as well. So yeah, highly recommend that if you've not seen it. That's It's called and the reason it's called Amazing Grace is because it kind of he knows the guy that made the song, and he's played by Albert Finney in this because he used to be like a captain of a slave boat, and he kind of then became like a priest or something because he like was like kind of like had a like second, you know, like he had a premonition or whatever you call it. And whilst he was a priest, he made the song Amazing Grace, which obviously became one of America's anthems. And yeah, watch that. That's good. That's a good one. That's my recommendation of the week.
I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but the title's not doing it any favors, is it?
I know it does. It doesn't really. That's where I picked it up because I didn't know what it was about, but it had a good cast. So I thought, I'll give that one a go because I'd heard of it, but I didn't know what it was about. And I just assumed
if I was thumbing through Fine to the shop and saw that, I'd just flick straight past it, wouldn't you? Amazing Grace.
Yeah. It's just, it's such a good British story that it's really everybody should know about. But I had no idea about how I thought the abolition of slavery over here happened a lot later than it did, because it's like set at the end of the 18th century. And I thought it didn't happen until like nearly the end of the 19th century, but I suppose that was more America. But yeah, 100% recommend that film, definitely. So we'll go through some of the comments now, and then we'll move on to the next topic. So we have Giz here. Hello, Giz.
Hello, Giz.
All right, Giz.
I guess.
Jodie's here. Hi, Jodie. Hey, guys. I'll only be on and off tonight as I'm out and about, but I'll be tuning in as much as I can. Nicest watches there from Roy. Can't beat a bit of Sidney Pollack. Yeah, he's a good director. He's a good actor as well. I like when he pops up in films as well.
I was trying to find my copy of The Interpreter. That's another one that I really. So I couldn't find it, so I'm going to have to go and see X when I go uptown and pick one up for a quid.
It's really out of print, the Blu-ray, but I'm sure the DVD's like pretty cheap. But that's what I want to watch as well.
It's a quid, and my CX has got 4 of them. So.
Oh, easy enough then, yeah. We have Josh. Hello, Josh.
Hi, bud.
Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
James is here. Hello, James.
Hi, James.
All right, James.
Did you see that here? There they are, two legends.
Hello, Mike.
Hello.
You're great, mate.
Says, I hope you guys are doing well.
Doing all right, Mike.
Oh, one for you here, Roy. Nathan's in the chat. Hello, Nathan. He wants to know if you're missing him.
I am, yeah. It's supposed to be here after we get this movie room ready.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello, Sai.
All right, Sai.
Hello, bud.
Hey, Sai.
Here you go. I knew there'd be someone. Sai really enjoyed Sunshine.
Like I say, it's very well regarded.
Yeah, but it's like what Sam said, and I said to someone else earlier in the chat. Is it different strokes for different folks?
Yeah,
because
that's it.
Everyone likes different things, don't they? So.
And do you know what, Ollie? And not to just single out Sai or anyone else. Like, there's movies that I absolutely love that Sai doesn't, and there's gonna be movies that Sai absolutely loves that weren't my cup of tea. But I think and like with Roy, absolutely loves Forrest Gump, as we know, Roy, and I also actually loves Forrest Gump. But the way I see it, Ollie, it makes the discussion more fun, doesn't it? If we all liked the exact same things, it would just be a very one-dimensional world, wouldn't it, in that sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I think, as Sam would say in some of his videos, like, variety is the spice of life, and that's what makes the world go round.
Indeed.
I love that saying.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but as you said that, we might as well now. Roy, go on, tell us what you thought of E.T. I've not seen your video yet, so I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I'm always misquoted.
Stuart came straight on and said, I can't trust Roy anymore. What
I said was, right, I never saw E.T. as a kid. It came out in 82 when I was born in 69, so I'd be about 13. And I'd say from the early 80s up until I was a young adult, we didn't have a cinema. Our cinema got turned into a bingo hall, so very rarely went to the cinema. So in them days, you couldn't just stream a film, or it was before video shops even. So you just never got to see it until it was on the TV, which could be 4 or 5 years later. So I never watched it until I was an adult, E.T. And I think personally it's a film you need to see as a child and get that wonderment for it. And I've said on my video, I'm saying it's not a bad film. It's just that I've missed out on the childhood hype for it, and it doesn't land for me as the same as people who have watched it as kids.
I agree.
Yeah.
I thought that's fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with you. I see where you're coming from, and I think I can now see why you're not a huge fan of the 80s if you missed out on a lot of them as a kid, and then come into them later. I've seen some. There's been some that I've missed, and I've gone back, like Casper. That was a huge film for kids in the 90s, and I've only just watched it.
Yeah.
And it just didn't do anything for me because I think I just missed it. I just too old now to really get it. Whereas obviously E.T., because I've grown up with it, I still love it because I've got those memories.
Yeah.
And I've never said that I don't like 80s films. What I said was if I was to rank my decades of films, I'm a film lover, so I love films from every decade. But if I was to rank them, 80s would be near the bottom.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You know.
That's a good question. I'll ask you all that. What would be your favourite decade for film? I'm going to say 90s.
Good question, Ollie.
I'm definitely the 90s. I got most of my favourite films are from the 90s. Well, Roy, you looked at my top 50 films and you said there's nothing before the 80s here.
I did, yeah. Well, mine would be either the 70s or the 50s, I think.
I think for me, straight off the bat, Ollie, it has got to be the 80s. I just absolutely love that decade and just that feeling of those genres and those movies. I just look at so many, and don't get me wrong, like the 70s, 90s, 2000s, and so forth are all really good as well. But I think 80s was just the perfect time for horror as well. Like so many great horror movies coming out on the surface of that. And of course, we had obviously masterpiece sequels like Empire Strikes Back, and we had what else was I going to say? Exactly, mate. John Carpenter's The Thing, The Fog, and films like that, Gremlins. It was just perfect for say horror movies, but comedy as well. It's just an absolutely fantastic decade. So I think the 80s would be my favorite decade, and a lot of my favorite bands are from the 80s as well, Ollie.
Nice. What about you, AP?
Yeah, I'm kind of mixed. I think the 90s is probably action and comedies, I suppose, but I do probably lean towards the 80s slightly more because I do like sci-fi and sci-fi in the 80s, like RoboCop, Master of the Universe, Star Wars,
Blade Runner.
I like Blade Runner's awesome as well. Yeah, Blade Runner again. That's another one I didn't enjoy the first time round, but I think that's a cracking movie. But yeah, I probably lean towards the 80s slightly more, but the 90s was a cracking era as well. I'm like Roy as well, though. I like it. I'm sure all of us, I like a varied amount. Do you know what I mean? It's so hard, and it's like when someone says, "What's your favorite movie?" And it's like, "Oh man, I like this movie one day, but then another day you're like." I choose a different movie every day. If you ask me the same question over and over again, it's like that with errors. But yeah, 80s is probably something I'd lean to slightly more just towards the genres I enjoy more so.
And if somebody asks you what your least favourite is, somebody's always going to get pissy, aren't they?
Oh, well. There's always them people, isn't there? There's always them people.
I think we'd know Roy's answer because it's the word. Yeah. I actually don't think I'd have to think for a long time to say my least favorite film, because I have in my time seen some dog shit movies, like movies that's just I don't know how they ever got made. Like you see me rant on some of my videos and on live streams, and when I said my kill list review. Those aren't even the worst films I've seen. I've seen some films that I just sit and I'm just pondering how they even got made. Like, what was good? The biggest one that comes to mind was Ari Aster's last film, Beau Was Afraid. What the fuck was going on in that? Have you seen that, anyone?
No, I've not seen it.
I'm just going to put it out there, Ollie. I quite liked that film.
There you go. See, there you go. This is exactly what I mean. I mean, I was watching it, and the first 20 minutes, I was like, okay, I can get into this. And then it went on and on and on, and then I realized it was 3 hours, and I just was like, no, and the stuff that was happening, like, I don't want to spoil it, but there was just so many stupid things, especially towards the end. Like, I was just like, this is just ridiculous. I think it didn't know what genre it wanted to be either. It didn't know whether it wanted to be a comedy or a horror or a drama. It just didn't know what it wanted to be. It was just all over the place, and it was just bizarre. It was just a bizarre film. But if Sam liked it, then that's a good thing.
You know what it was, Ollie? I think from Beau Was Afraid, and don't get me wrong, it is an acquired taste, that film, mate. It goes without saying that film is not going to be for everyone. I think it was just so different to anything else I've seen before. At the start, it kind of reminded me something on the similar line of Synecdoche, New York, which is one of my favourite films of all time.
Film, didn't it?
Oh,
at the start,
God. Yeah, it is absolutely phenomenal, that film, by the way, Ollie. Talking of a film that needs a Blu-ray reissue, because that
I need to see
silly
that.
money now. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. Beau Was Afraid. So yeah, I think it was just because it was so different to anything I've seen like prior, and I think that's what I really admired about it. And it was a great crowd as well, because I saw it Tyneside Cinema, and me and this lass that sat next to me, there were just scenes in the movie and we would just burst out laughing, and like, I just was like, it was just hilarious and so bewildering with some of the shit that goes on in that movie. It was kind of eccentric, should we say, but it was quite character driven, but it was like a real experiment. It was a journey, that movie. I would say a great comparison with that movie, if it could be a comparison, I didn't know it could be something similar to like Alejandro Jodorowsky movie. It has that similar approach to it, but I will say, Ollie, the ending was shite though. I didn't like the ending to
what
that
was going
movie.
on with the baby? Like, what the hell was that? I was lost when he goes up into the roof. I was just like, what? And then there was this gun, and like, oh yeah, I don't even know. It's one of those films you couldn't explain to someone because it's just so out there. But I'm glad that you enjoyed it though, Sam.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I will say as well, actually, Ollie, to be fair, do you know what actually was my favourite part of that movie was when when he gets to see that couple and stuff, and then the painting, is it like blue paint along that room or something? And I think it was that couple, or I can't remember if it was that couple, his parents, because it's been a while since I last watched it, but that guy, one of the side cast, he was probably my favourite character of the movie. He was hilarious when they get to that house and stuff. Yeah, it was good, but not a rewatchable one for sure. That one, Ollie, definitely. I can see where you're coming from on that one.
Yeah. James is here. Hello, James.
Hello, buddy.
Hello, James.
Hi, James.
Media Collector Madness is here. Hello.
Hi, Sean.
James said he's already moving his movies into your room, Nathan.
I am. Behind the camera, I've got all my BFI and my Sony. I've got some box sets, got a few DVDs. I've got my James Bond over here. Got Clint Eastwood over here. I've got Minder up there. So I've got to start working on this end now.
Nice. Lots of work to do by the sounds of it, Roy.
Indeed.
Where are we next? Ellery stopped by. Hello, Ellery. Amazing,
Hello.
greatest, the one I recommended. Glad you enjoyed. Thank you, Ellery,
Right.
for recommending it. It was brilliant watch. He's off now, but we'll catch up tomorrow. Have a great stream. Yeah, thanks, Ellery.
Cheers.
Top guy.
Yeah, he was due to come on, but I think he said something came up.
Yeah.
Nathan said, "Is that the only reason you're missing me?"
Of course not, son. I need somebody to mow me grass.
Sai said, "I've had a great weekend. Went to see one of my favourite bands, the Pixies, live for the first time. It was bloody amazing."
Too right, Si. What a band. Saw them last year. They were bloody aces, Stuart would say.
Never heard of them. So I go into the group chat sometimes, and you're having a discussion about groups and people. I'm like, I've never heard of any of these people. I'm definitely not as clued into music. I thought I knew a lot about music, but definitely not as much as you, Sam.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Likewise. I was gonna say, do you know what, Ollie? To be fair, I don't buy as many records as I used to, or I'd like to, just because there's so many movies I want to get and stuff. But yeah, music and films like my two passions, man. And yeah, I would. But yeah, Pixies did. What was it? When your feet on the end, the head on the ground, where is
Oh, yeah,
my
I know.
mind? Where is my mind? Do you
Yeah, I know
recognise
that
that,
one.
Ollie?
Yeah, I know that one. I think.
That was Pixies, and
Okay.
they
Quite
and there was just-
remarkable from the way you sang it.
Yeah, I don't know how I like. Yeah, but yeah, it is, Sam.
thanks, guys. And you know, in the 2021 Suicide Squad, Ollie, you know the song, when I think they're coming out that place, and then they slowly like investigating. There's the song that comes in. Hey, been trying to reach you.
I don't remember that, but
That's
I
Pixies
have
as
seen the
well.
film, but I can't remember that.
Yeah. Great bands though, Ollie. I would recommend Pixies.
Oh, nice.
Doolittle or Surfer Rosa, they're both class albums.
There was a song that came on the other day. You'd probably know it, Sam. And as soon as it came on, I was like, that was in American Pie. And I had to look
Not
it up.
seen for years.
I had to look it up because I was certain it was in American Pie. I looked it up, and apparently it was in American Pie 2 and American Wedding. So I don't know where I got, because I knew the song, but I just didn't know. Like, I couldn't have told you what. My stepdad had to tell me what it was. Let me see. It'll be in my history. Let me see if I can find what it is quickly.
Gonna say, Ollie, I haven't seen American Pie for over a decade, and nor the sequels. But yeah, this is really been a fantastic bank holiday, and it, Roy,
It's been bloody ace.
it really has. And when I watch another film, I'll be like, and yeah, why not? Give it a go.
Give it a go. Bloody ace.
If I need to find any further like information in the back of case, I might need to get like a magnifying glass. God, I love it when he uses that, Roy.
I think we've all got to get one.
The song is called In Too Deep.
Yeah.
Do you know that song, Sam? Yeah, that was in the two American Pie films.
Oh, is that Sum 41?
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what?
How's it go, Sam?
What did you say? Sorry, Roy.
How does it go, Sam?
Cause
Yeah,
I'm
go on.
in too deep and
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Oh.
keep up on in my head
Yeah,
instead of going under. I think it's like that.
Yeah. No, it just came on the radio, and I was like, that was in American Pie. And I was like, what's it called? And then I looked it up, and yeah, it said that was literally, it was in two of them. So it's weird that, because I had no idea what the song was called, who sung it. Like, I just knew I'd heard it before, and I instantly just said that was in American Pie. Don't know, it must be just because I've watched it so many times.
Do you know what, Ollie? And shockingly, American Pie, as I've just said to you there, like I've only seen it the once, and that was like over 10 years ago, and I've not seen the sequels, but I've heard that's meant to be one of the best comedy film series, isn't it?
Outside of the crappy spin-offs that they did, the 4 films that they did, just all of them are good. I enjoyed all of them.
Solid.
Yeah.
I think the third one's pretty funny as well, the wedding one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even
That's really good.
even reunion has some just hilarious.
Yeah.
Like when this is it like the girl that he used to babysit, and she takes her at a party and she's trying to make a move on him, and it's just so funny.
Bandcamp wasn't too bad, I thought.
I've not gone near any of the spin-offs. I mean, the only reason I'd watched them is because Eugene Levy's in most of them, I think, and I think he's just great as Stifler's dad. Not Stifler's dad, Jim's dad.
Yeah, I remember that Bandcamp one. I watched that, and it wasn't too bad. That, to be fair, I remember watching the one after that, and it was thinking it wasn't great, but Bandcamp was okay. It was like it still had that feel, the original ones a bit.
Yeah.
It's got
Might
like, what's her
give that
name,
one.
Alison something. I think she's quite good. Alison Hannigan, something like that.
Oh, she was in the original American Pie films.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
It's years since I've seen them.
Is it Bandcamp who's like Stifler's brother, is it, or something like that?
Yeah, I think I read it was something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Giz has said 70s, I think. Salem's Lot, The Wild Geese, Quadrophenia, etc.
Yeah.
Yes, Giz.
Salem's Lot's good. Sai said, I also watched The Kingdom of the Spiders for the first time.
Yeah.
I surprisingly really had a blast watching it, and I watched Fear Street Prom Queen, not as good as the first three Fear Street films.
I've never seen any of them.
No, I've not either yet. I've heard they're pretty good slasher films, actually, but
yeah,
just never got around to watching them.
I'm really looking forward to it. What is it, Ollie? Is it Clown in the Cornfield coming out?
Oh, I don't know. I don't follow all those B-movie horror. You know I'm not big on horror, so I don't really follow them.
What'd you say, Roy?
Clown in a Cornfield.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I think it's coming. I think it's coming out the day before I go and see Pulp as well.
No, I don't know that one.
Yeah, I think me and my friend Ryan, we might be going to see that at some point.
Nathan said, Fight Club ending scene with Where Is My Mind iconic.
Yes, Nathan.
Pixies.
And Sai said, when that song came on, the place went wild. Right, we've caught up with the comments, so we'll move on to the second topic, which is a new segment that I'm going to introduce because I think it's quite nice for like a weekly thing, and it's just basically physical media recommendations. So it could be anything you've picked up in the last week, new releases, just stuff that you've like never seen before but have always been interested in, or just anything that you want to recommend. Or it can be, which I've kind of done half and half for me. It could also be like actual physical media, like because of like what it is, like the significance it is. Like could be a big box set, could be a special edition, anything like that you've got in your collection, and we'll just go through them every week. So if you want to think about it, I can go first. It's up to you. Or do any of you guys have any that you want to talk about straight away?
Go for it, Ollie. We'll have a think.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So ones that I really like in my collection is this lovely, I think it's a HMV special edition one. You know, the ones that they do of the Green Mile. I think this is just a really good set. It was £30, but when you get sets like this, I think they are worth it. I think the main reason I got this is because this came out before the standard Amaray came out, and I just really wanted it. So you get like the 4K on its own, and then you get this really nice like box which has all the art cards in, and I think it's got a booklet as well. Yeah, a poster and art cards. That's what it is. But they're really nice art cards. So I think when you get sets like that, I think it is worth it. So yeah, that's one of them. Let me put that away. Oh, I'll sort that out in a minute. Oh, I think I've got it. Oh, there is a booklet in there as well, I think. Nice little booklet there as well. So yeah, that's one of them. I don't really get many things like that, but I did like that one. And then I'd say the Alfred Hitchcock, specifically the Volume 1 set, because it's just got some of his best films in there. I mean, you got Rear Window, Vertigo, Psycho, and The Birds, which I think are just his like best films in my opinion, and they look really good on 4K. And I just like the way that it's set out. Like you get like the bifold sort of thing, and information on each of them. Nice art as well. So yeah, that one I think is really nice as well. And then this one, which is a bit different, it's the Licorice Pizza Blu-ray, which came out, which Sam mentioned
Yeah,
last week, because you
I
get
love that film.
you get these nice art cards in it, and it's in like a nice proper slip box. And there's another one which we talked about, but there's another segment coming up later on of a specific director, so I'll show that off then. Sam probably knows what I'm talking about.
What's he talking about, Sam?
What was that, Roy?
What's he talking about?
I think he's referring to a director that has the same initials as is it West Brom Albion?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
I can't believe that was so random, wasn't it, Roy?
Yeah.
It was.
And then three that between Stuart and Roy I've kind of been nagged at to get, so I have impulse buy, because I asked for something to buy and they recommended these. So Stuart recommended one called Somewhere in Time, which is like a time travel love story, I think, with Christopher Reeve and James Seymour. But I've not seen it yet, but yeah, that one I think looks quite good. And then Roy gave these two recommendations. He said The Grapes of Wrath, which he picked up. And I like Henry Fonda, so I thought, yeah. And it's one that I'd had my eye on a long time ago, but I think they've just reissued it, so it's back in print again. So yeah, happy to pick that one up and give that a go.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And then I don't think you've actually recommended this, but when you sent your photo of your BFI collection, I was looking at all of them, looking them up on Amazon to see what ones were in the sale, and this was the only one that I could see you could get on Amazon in the sale, and it's naked. I don't know if I'm guessing if you've got it, you've seen it, but it's not.
I only bought it because Sam recommended it, but not long ago, so I haven't seen it yet.
Good, yeah. Sam.
It's absolutely fantastic, Ollie. It's bleak as you would expect. You know, like a Mike Leigh film. It's very bleak and it's super sad, but it's a fantastic film as well. It is worth it for David Thewlis's performance alone as well. And the other guy, and he does it all too well. Plays a character you love to hate as well. And yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. It's dialogue driven, character driven, but what Mike Leigh does best as well. Absolutely fantastic film. To be honest, Ollie, it's best, like Secrets and Lies and a lot of Mike Leigh's films, to just go into it completely blind as possible. It's phenomenal, that film.
Yeah, I will definitely try and watch that soon. So yeah, those are my picks. Who wants to go next? Anyone else ready?
I need to go.
If you want to go and if anyone wants to go and check, I can give you a few minutes to go and actually check.
Well, I can think of one.
Yeah.
I'll go and get mine, Ollie.
Yeah.
I'll grab something from in here because I haven't got much in it. It's mostly in the other room, but I'll grab one from here. And Ollie, you was talking about BFI the other day.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say the Werner Herzog set.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a director that I really enjoy. He's mad as a hatter, and he teamed up with a lot of his films with Klaus Kinski, who's also not the sanest bloke, and they just make crazy films like Aguirre, Wrath of God, and this one on the cover, Fitzcarraldo, where they actually dragged a ship up a mountain to make it. Absolutely lunatics, and I think there's about 20 odd different films on here. A few documentaries, because he made a lot of documentaries himself, but in particular his films with Klaus Kinski, which I think there's about 8 of. Really, really good, really great set. Don't know whether it's in the sale or not. I think it's about 50 full price. So in a sale, you're probably looking 25, 30, something like that. But yeah, I really love that set.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to be films that I like, because I know he's probably going to be, he's quite artsy, isn't he, I think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm willing to give. I don't know if I would spend that much money on the box set. I think I'd have to like watch one of his films first to know if I like kind of, because I don't think I've seen any of his films before. I've seen him in films, but I've never actually seen one of his films before. So I think I'd need to
I think it's a director you've got to get, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Like, I love his version Nosferatu in his 70s version, and again that's with Klaus Kinski as is actually Dracula in this one, not Orlok. They call him Dracula. But I know Sam went to the cinema to watch it and he didn't like it at all. But I think it's right up there with the other two Nosferatu films for myself.
Yeah. Well, here comes Sam with his pile.
And his pajamas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you know what? This is looking fantastic indeed.
Do you want to go, Sam, then?
He loves it when I say that, does Roy? Yeah, the first thing, now this was a bargain, to be honest. £32 for, is it 6 movies on Blu-ray? Yeah, I think as well, like, I just think it's a great, like, introduction piece to directors like filmography. Bong Joon-ho.
Oh, it's a great set.
Oh, it's great. Have you got this one, Roy?
I haven't got that set, but I've got all the films, I think.
Yeah. Oh, mate, it's absolutely marvelous because, well, with the 4K with Parasite, you do get the black and white edition, but also like Snowpiercer, Mother, The Host, like Memories of Murder, which recently got a 4K, which I wouldn't mind getting. And Barking Dogs, Never Bite, and Memories of Murder have had like a double pack. And The Host, I think Mother, Snowpiercer, Parasite have all had individual releases, but it's just great packaging and stuff, like. And just like looking at this, it's just really cool, like these silhouettes and stuff here, and then the whole ticket really, it's fantastic because like color grading for each disc as well. Oh, it's great, AP, and this was one of my like bargains of that year as well.
I could probably get that because I think the only film.
Is he the director of Parasite? Is he? Yeah.
What did you say? Sorry, AP.
Is it the Parasite director? Was he?
He is. Yeah. Recently, recently just released Mickey 17, which I haven't seen because I need to see the first 16 films. Roy loves it when I say that.
I picked up Mickey 1.
Yeah, I need to start that with that first. Do you know what Neil shows that Roy in his video? He showed like Mickey 1 and Blu-ray, and I actually commented that I'll definitely need to check this out before checking out the other like 15, 16 films before Mickey 17.
I only bought Mickey 1 so I could crack that gag for you.
Yeah, and it's like Passenger 56, is it? Got to check out the first 55 films. So yeah, yeah. So I was going to say sorry, Ollie. Just a couple of others. I would say my favourite British film ever, Kes. Like I had the DVD for the longest time, and to get this on Blu-ray elevated that movie for me. I mean, this is the best way right here to check out this movie, and me being a Yorkshireman myself as well, this really holds a special place in my heart, this movie. It's just absolutely fantastic. And, got one of the bleakest endings to a movie ever without spoiling it, but it is just absolutely superb. I would love it. In fact, Masters of Cinema, if you're watching, can we get a 4K release of this, please, guys? That would be absolutely
We'll get the announcement tomorrow now, Sam. You've said that.
Yeah. Oh, my God. That was mint, wasn't it, mate? When I said I'd love it if Witness could get our 4K over here in a week or so later, it got announced.
Yeah, and you did it with the HMV Premium when we were in Birmingham. You said, "Oh, I wish they had a 2 for 15 sale on," and we got home and they'd announced a 2 for 15 sale.
Wow, I know that it was just coincidence timing. It really was, lol.
And he also said, "I'd love it if Spurs beat Man United." Sorry, AP.
And they did.
Oh man, do you know what, AP? I also was hoping though that Man United were going to beat Villa, like so Newcastle could at least secure. So I don't support Newcastle, I support Everton, but it would have still been good seeing Newcastle get Champions League, and you did them a favour, so that was good.
I don't care either way. We finished 15th. I'm made up with that. Like, what was it? 17th. It was either 17th or 15th. We finished 15th. So it was celebrations yesterday.
Do you know what, AP? You finished in the same sort of position in the table as Everton did last season. That is just mental how times can change with footy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's rough.
But I think Man United are going to do a lot better next season, though, mate. I think, I reckon probably you might get 7th. Who knows?
Generous.
Yeah, they'll come good. Yeah, definitely.
I hope so.
Oh, sorry, Ollie. I had a couple more items here, mate, but I don't want to like waffle on or ramble or anything.
No, I was just going to say. Oh yeah, I was just going to say before you carried on, that Bong Joon-ho set I think would be quite good because I think the only one I've got is Parasite. I don't think I've got any of the others, so for that price, if I could find it, that's probably quite a good price for 6 films.
It's
the only one I haven't got is Mother, but I have seen it. It's a good film. I do need to add that one in.
Really good in it, Roy. I thought it was fantastic, that film. But yeah, mate, that is pretty much like a bargain, really, because that's like what £6.50 per movie in like that set almost. It's really good. I've got Okja on like the Criterion as well, like because that got like a UK Criterion. And yeah, like I will get the Blu-ray for Mickey 17, but I'm probably going to wait till that comes down in price. But saying that, I need to check out the first 16 movies anyway. I love throwing that joke in now. But yeah, I would say as well, the last sort of Blu-ray I would say is and it's after time. Yeah. Oh man, I loved you singing as well, Ollie.
I'd love to get that one, but it's out of print now, isn't it?
Honestly, Ollie, I really am glad that I made that decision when I did, like 4 years ago, getting this in like I think it was like in the 2 for £15 deal or something. And it was a really good deal for that, and like £7.50. But I don't know if Warner Archive are planning on re-releasing this. Hopefully it does. But yeah, even if you can get hold of this, Ollie, highly recommended. It's just absolutely brilliant. Like I just love the artwork and stuff, and yeah, this makes a great companion piece with the Time Machine as well, which I love as well. And just again, like just great, like posters and art cards and that as well. Just like HMV Premium. I miss them guys. They just did these titles wonders with the packaging, and just in the 2 for £15 deal as well, with like £7.50 title on it. You got posters and art cards. I really love it. If we were saying this, Ollie, won't we? Like, how Licorice Pizza came out 3 years ago on Blu-ray, and it was £15 with a few art cards. I'd love to see more releases like that. Even like standard releases at £15. That'd be min.
Definitely.
And so I guess I have to carry on with this as well. This is I think this is like my favorite DVD box set in my collection. I love these films. I haven't seen all of them, but talking of bank holiday essential viewings, Ollie, these are a great bank holiday staples. What did I watch recently that I loved? I think it was Carry On at Your Convenience or Carry On Matron. Yeah, absolutely great. And I got this for £25, which is an absolute steal considering there's 30 movies in there. And yeah, just really good fun products of the time, and some of my favorites in here. And it's really cool as well because like each case as well, like is housed like this, like the blue, and there's like a green one and yellow as well, and you know, like with like the movies in its chronological order as well. So yeah, I think that this is kind of the way to go with the carry-on films, like over here anyway, because I know they have got like the imprint sets as well, which would be lush. We could have something like that with the carry-on films over here as well. Have you got this set as well, Roy? Were you saying?
I have, yeah.
Great,
How's your box holding up? I found that the outer box is that flimsy that mine's falling to bits.
Yeah, I can get what you're saying, mate. Like, it's just, it's kind of like, it is a little bit dented up there, I must admit. So there's a couple of corners that are a bit dented now. And yeah, I the corners just, you know, like a bit dented and stuff. But yeah, so not in perfect nick, I will admit. But yeah, for the price, I'm sure you did as well, Roy. The price I paid like for this set for like a whopping £25. I say whopping £25, but no, that's actually really good for this DVD box set, and definitely for right now anyway, the go-to format for the carry-on films. Have you seen any of those films, Ollie or AP?
Yeah, I've only seen in its entirety. Is it Camping?
Yeah,
but I've seen bits and pieces of most of them over the years, and they are very funny. So, and I did actually, was it last year? I did look at getting that DVD set, because I think I saw one for like a tenner on eBay, and I was like, if you said you got yours for like 25, a tenner's a steal.
oh, that's
Like,
amazing.
I think the box was in terrible condition, so I never bothered in the end.
Yeah.
But I am thinking about it. I am thinking about, because that could be a film series that, like you say, like I think those are Sunday afternoon perfect watches, because I remember they always used to be on like a Sunday afternoon on ITV3, which is when I would like dip into them when they were on. But yeah, AP, you said you've seen some as well.
Yeah, I've not watched them all, but I've seen like you said, like Carry On Camping. What's the one where they go to the hotel? It's like they go abroad to the hotel.
Abroad, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Carry On Abroad? Is that what it's called? Right?
Abroad.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be like Carry On Holiday or something like that. But that's a funny one as well. But yeah, I mean, the art of the Carry On films. I think that like you said, you can just put them on. You can chill to the funny films, aren't they?
The resort they go to is called Howell's Bells.
Is it?
Oh,
that's a good one. That I like that film. Carry On Matron, that's a good one as well. There's some good ones, really enjoyable. The light-hearted.
Oh, sorry, AP. Carry on. Sorry, no pun intended.
No, sorry. Just saying the light-hearted, mate. They're just fun, light-hearted movies, aren't they?
Yeah, I love her Carry On Screaming as well, mate. Like frying tonight. Oh man, they're great. I think I don't know about you, Roy, but one of my favourite Carry On films, I would even say is Carry On Cabby. I think that's so underrated, with the rivalry between both of the taxi companies. I love that film.
The first black and white ones, I think they're all good.
Oh, really good, mate. Even Carry On Constable, I think that's definitely probably one of my favourites as well.
Yeah, it's good. I think my favourite is Convenience.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, they'll go off to Brighton for the day.
Yeah, the scene, mate, when when they're in the cinema at one point and that guy is really hooked on watching that movie, and they're dragged out so they can go to like that restaurant, isn't it? Oh, and Roy, the scene with what is it, like the motorbike as well on the street. Do you remember that?
When he loses his trousers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, Ollie, they are really fun movies. I definitely recommend the Carry Ons. Really just chilled out, entertaining movies. And I would say, question for Roy and AP, who do you prefer whilst both these actors are great? Sydney or Kenneth? I'm going to go with Sydney.
Yeah, Sid for me.
Yeah. What about you, AP?
I'd probably lean to Sydney more so. Yeah, it's a hard one though. That's
absolutely.
Well, Sydney. Yeah.
Yeah, nice, Sam. AP, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean these are like a few recent ones. I mean, there's it reminds me you like talking about Carry On films, like them kind of the light-hearted films. What it's Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. I watched I've been meaning to like get like a Halloween collection together. Like, so I'm not really like a big like horror guy, so it's like more comedy horror. So this is kind of right on my street, and I watched this like last year for the first time. I got it on like a podcast, and I watched it, and it's just again, it's all like the Universal monster actors, the actual actors from the Universal horror movies, and they come back into the Abbott and Costello as the characters for this like Abbott and Costello movie, and I think it's hilarious. It's like I watched this like Halloween. It's just like it's silly. It's just fun. It's just a daft movie. It's dead chilled out as well. I don't know if any of you have watched this one.
I've not. But I do want to check out those movies at some point.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's a really good watch. I'd highly recommend that. It's a fun movie, and when you get like Dracula and Frankenstein there as well with Abbott and Costello, it's a funny watch, that one. Another one, Boss Level. I bought this.
I've seen that. Yeah,
it's like a time loop movie, so I kind of like get a kick at it because I like sci-fi. I feel like it's like a genre like within sci-fi that I really gravitate to, time loop movies, and it's got Mel Gibson in it and Frank Grillo, and it's a solid movie. If you like sci-fi, you like time loop movies. It's action, science fiction. It's right on my street. I got that like off Amazon, and this one was one where. Another one is Tombstone. I bought this because I only just got into Blu-ray and 4K at the back end of last year. I'm always a DVD guy, so kind of started getting into Blu-rays. And honestly, It must have been like a week before they announced they were doing the Tombstone 4K. And I bought the Blu-ray, picked it up, and then they said they were doing 4K. I was like, oh, man, I could kick myself out. I'm kind of like being, every time now I'm going to buy like a Blu-ray, I'm like, maybe I'll wait a bit longer to see if a 4K comes out if it's a movie I'm really all in on. But this is, I mean, if you've never watched a Tombstone Western movie, it's like 90s film. You've got Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer in there. It's a awesome movie. I watched it a few years ago, first time. Never heard of it, watched it, and I was like, man, it's just a beautiful movie. And I think probably in 4K, it probably would look pretty amazing. But the Blu-ray looks awesome as well. Like it's a solid Western. I really enjoy it. I think I swear the 90s Westerns as well. Like some of them, like I like the spaghetti Westerns, but then like the 90s Westerns are 90s onwards. There's some really solid Westerns out there. Like this one's highly recommend this one. Like, but yeah, they're just some of the recent ones I've been picking up and just adding to the. I like doing it in like mini collections now. It's like putting like a little Halloween shelf together and then a few of them ones as well. I kind of like doing like mini collections like that. I found it quite fun to do that.
Nice, some nice recommendations there. I really enjoyed Boss Level as well. That was I like you. I like time loop films, and yeah, it's just awesome, like genre kind of sci-fi.
Have you seen Palm Springs, Ollie? Seen that one?
No, I've not seen that one yet. I've heard that's really good though.
Mate, that's solid. That's a really good film.
I think it's on Prime, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, it's highly recommend that one. If you like Boss Level, you like that definitely.
Yeah, I quite like. Have you seen the Happy Death Day films? I like them as well.
I've not seen them yet. No, I've been meaning to
check
them.
They are fun, yeah. Because they're like more slasher, but the same concept. It's a lot of fun. Those films. So yeah, what I'll do now before we move on to the next topic, we've got a few comments, but I'll prep you for this next topic, so you can go and have a look if you want and get a few titles whilst I'm going through the comments. Next is conspiracy thrillers. So just talking about any conspiracy thrillers you quite like that you want to talk about. So if you need to go, Roy, Sam, AP, and get some off your shelf or think whilst you're doing it, go ahead and do it.
And we'll go through conspiracy thrillers first.
Yeah. Can you Am I alright to ask this, Ollie? Because I'm trying to get myself to clues of what classes is one. What would you say is a couple prime examples with that?
I can go. I'll go through I'll go through two of the ones that I've chosen. I've gone for five, but I'll go through two to start with.
Okay.
The first one, I suppose it is a conspiracy, but it's not because it also kind of did happen. All the President's Men.
Okay.
Right up there for me. Absolutely love this film. I've talked about this on a few of my recent videos. It's Alan Pakula, Robert Redford, Dustin Hoffman, two investigative reporters, basically investigating what happened at Watergate. Really good film. Jason Robards is in this, and he won an Oscar for his role in the film. I think he played what was the character's name? That I can't. Something Throat, wouldn't it? I think. Because is it? I can't remember now. But yeah, really good film that is if you've not seen it, from the 70s. And then this one's a classic that I think everyone can agree definitely falls into that genre. North by Northwest. It's a spy film. It's conspiracy because he's obviously mistaken for the wrong man. That kind of like Hitchcock does that quite a lot. And yeah, another just fantastic conspiracy thriller film, I think. So those are kind of the sorts of things that I would class as conspiracy thriller. But I suppose you can go anywhere you want with them as long as it's got some sort of conspiracy involved in it. So I don't know if you guys want to have a think or want to have a look in your collection. You could do either whilst we go through the comments. But yeah, I'll leave it up to you to think of some titles. Stuart's here. Hello, Stuart. Hello, chaps. I'll catch
Hello, buddy.
I won't mention E.T. We've already mentioned it, so don't worry, Stuart. We've gone through that already.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Yesterday was the first time I ever celebrated a Man United victory, Sai says. Movie Tramp is here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Tramp.
Hey, dude.
He said, Sid James missed Carry On Where's My Camel due to illness, and next film he's in bed whole film because he was still recovering. And Gears has said, Carry On Behind with the minor bird that tells people to piss off.
Yes.
I'm sure I've seen that at some point. I can picture that in my head.
Which was the one where the bird gave him racing tips? Sid James was reading out the names of the horses, and when it comes to the winner, the budgie would whistle, so he'd go down the bookies and put a bet on.
They did 30 of them, didn't they? Something stupid like that. They did a lot of them.
Yeah.
So are we pretending that Carry On Columbus didn't exist then, Ollie?
That's the one they did in the 90s, wasn't it?
That is meant to be absolutely shocking, apparently.
I'd give it a go purely because it's got a lot of big actors in it.
Yeah, same. I'll give that a go at some point.
Big comedy actors. There's a lot of, because I think what they did with that is they Americanized it. I think America wanted a bit of the money, so they basically, I think a big Hollywood studio took it over. Obviously, there's quite a few American actors in that one. So I think it may not have translated as well as the original films. Right, we'll move on to the next bit of the conspiracy theories. I've got three more, so I'll go through them first whilst you lot are still thinking. So next off,
I'll grab a couple.
Yep, okay. Next off is kind of a very obvious one. It's literally the title, Conspiracy Theory, which a bit of a cheat. I absolutely love this film. I usually watch this like around New Year's, like New Year's Eve. Usually, I think was the first time I watched it. It's such an underrated film. Mel Gibson, Julia Roberts. I think they got great chemistry together, and it's a Richard Donner film as well. Patrick Stewart's brilliant as the villain in this one, and it's literally about. That one. What did you say? Sorry, AP.
I've never heard that one, but it's like Richard Donner.
So
that sounds like. Already, you pulled me in, mate.
He's basically this conspiracy buff that's a cab driver, and he's constantly going to like the DA played by Julia Roberts, telling her, "Oh, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. You need to help me." And one day he does it, and she's got used to it by now. She usually sends him away, but it turns out that he's actually found out about this big government secret headed up by Patrick Stewart's shady character. So now they're after him, and because they've been surveilling him and they've seen that he's gone to her and told her, they basically both got to go on the run together. And so if you like Richard Donner films and when they collaborate, it's up there with the Lethal Weapons films for me. It's just so good, such a big film, and it's got like a nice it's got a good soundtrack as well, I'd say. But yeah, really good film, that one, if you've not seen it. And then another quite obvious conspiracy thriller, The Pelican Brief, again Julia Roberts, Denzel Washington, and this was an Alan Pakula film as well. It's basically a lot of John Grisham, who's an author. A lot of his films were adapted in the 90s, and a lot of them I would probably put in like the conspiracy thriller or like courtroom drama kind of genre. And this is probably my favorite. He's basically these two big court people have been murdered, and Julia Roberts is a law student who's basically, she thinks that the deaths are suspicious, and she's kind of looking into them, like with her, like I think it's a professor. I think Sam Shepard plays her professor, if I remember. Yeah, Sam Shepard. And then something happens, and she has nowhere to go because people are trying to kill her. So she turns to Denzel Washington's character, who's like a reporter, and he basically helps her, and together they're trying to like uncover the truth. Really good film, and they've got great chemistry. I'm surprised they've not done another film together, to be honest, because they're great in this. So yeah, that's my other one. And next one, if you've not seen this, I'm pretty sure Roy's seen this one, but it's one of my favorite George Clooney performances, and it's Michael Clayton. Absolutely brilliant film. You've not seen it, Roy?
No, I've seen it.
Absolutely brilliant film. Sidney Pollack in this one as well.
Is it?
Yeah, Tom Wilkinson, who's I think he was nominated for an Oscar. Tilda Swinton, who won an Oscar for her performance in this film.
Lovely bit of Tilda.
Brilliant film. It's basically he plays like this law. He basically works for a law firm, and he's like a fixer. So if they get any issues, whatever the issue is, he basically goes and deals with it. So whether that's like covering up a murder or whatever, and he's basically the top lawyer, played by Tom Wilkinson, has gone off the walls, and they're saying he's insane. And there's basically a big conspiracy going on within this law firm that he's been basically told to protect. But as the film goes on, he learns more and more about it, and learns that not everything's as it seems. Really good. Roy, 100% recommend this one for you. I think you'd love this. But yeah, and AP and Sam, really great film, that one. Michael Clayton. Have any of you guys seen that one?
I've not, Ollie, and do you know what? I've never really used to be a big fan of George Clooney as an actor, like once upon a time ago, but I think the more films over time I've seen with him, I have ended up really liking. So yeah, that one I'm probably up for like checking out at some point, mate. Definitely.
I'm gonna go all out. That's his best film. I think that is his best film. I think it's just. I'm not on my own because Si's also said that he thinks this is his best film.
Yeah,
it is just an incredibly well made film. Brilliant script. I mean, who is it? Tony Gilroy, who I think did Rogue One and Andor. And he's done some other really great stuff, but that was his first film he directed and wrote.
Oh, wow.
And it's just so well done. George Clooney's just, yeah, I need to give that a rewatch because I absolutely love that film. But yeah, those will be my picks. I saw you've picked some, Roy. Do you want to go through yours next?
Yes. Well, I think this counts, and that'd be the Michael Bay film, The Island.
Oh yeah, yeah. Having watched it recently, I agree that definitely counts. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Michael Bay's best film personally. Where these guys are being cloned, aren't they? And they're being used for human organ transplants, but they don't know that. They think they're going into this lottery to go and live on this island some way, but they're not. They're being sent away to have their organs put into somebody else. Yeah, I really enjoy that one. And the second one, and if you'd have gone for the topic underrated films as well, I think I'd have picked this as well. And that's a Roman Polanski film, The Ghost.
I've not seen that. I'm going to add it to the list though, because it's been on
I
my
wanna see
radar
that,
for a long time.
Oh, it's really, really good. It's about Pierce Brosnan. He's the Prime Minister. Anyway, he's an ex-Prime Minister, and he's having his like autobiography ghost-written even. And the guy who's doing it, he dies in an accident, and Pierce Brosnan is given the job of going and finishing it. But what he discovers is that the ex-Prime Minister knows some sensitive stuff that if it gets out into the autobiography, a lot of people are not going to be happy. So then Ewan McGregor finds out then that his life's in danger because these same people that killed the first guy are now trying to kill him. Yeah, really good, underrated film, and I've seen it about 3 or 4 times now.
Oh,
And
wow.
Kim Cattrall's in that one, isn't she?
Kim Cattrall's in it, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do like a bit of Kim Cattrall. She's very easy on
Olivia
the
Williams. Yeah, very easy on the eye, isn't she? Yeah, good film that. Yeah, grab that one.
Yeah, was that all your picks, Roy?
Yeah, I just grabbed 2. Oh, JFK I could have gone with as well, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Giz has put that in the comment. JFK, great conspiracy theory movie, very long though. Yeah, I've not got it in the collection, but it's a great film. I have seen it the once.
I did think about maybe The Fugitive as well.
Oh yes.
Yeah, definitely.
That was my list.
Sorry.
No, that's a cracking movie, mate. I think it's a solid movie. That.
Oh, brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah,
I even like the sequel. I even didn't mind the sequel, US Marshals. I thought that was pretty solid as well. I watched that on Netflix earlier in the year. I thought that's pretty. Obviously, it's not as good as The Fugitive. It don't work as well, but it's still doing the same, but still effective. I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Sam, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I didn't grab any titles off the shelf, only because I had to really think hard about this one. The ones that was coming to mind, I was trying to think, does Spotlight class as one?
It's I'd say it's a conspiracy, definitely, yeah.
That's one I would definitely choose, and obviously, like the newspaper team are trying to get to the bottom of what's happened. It was in this Catholic community, I think it is. Obviously what's happened in the past and like how people in the past have been treated by and stuff. It was, and then they get interviewed and stuff, and then trying to find any evidence as well. I think it's absolutely fantastic, mate. It's absolutely brilliant. And the acting is just phenomenal. I think Mark Ruffalo probably gives his best performance in that film, in my opinion. I just think he just absolutely steals the show, and Michael Keaton's fantastic in it as Rachel McAdams. There's one guy in it who looks so much like Jurgen Klopp as well. In that film, he looks like a spitting image of Jurgen Klopp, but oh, mate, yeah. Do you agree with that, Roy? Are you thinking of the person I'm thinking of in that film?
I've watched it once and it bored me rigid, Sam.
Oh, fair enough then.
Are you thinking of Stanley Tucci?
Is he? Have you got it on your phone or something, Ollie? It's just because I know Stanley Tucci is, but I don't know if it was him as that character. I was just trying to remember.
He's got a bald head, hasn't he?
I was going to say, he need a wig, wouldn't he? Definitely.
Oh, Liev Schreiber it is.
It could be Lee Schreiber.
Yes,
I think that's who I'm
wearing
thinking of
glasses.
it.
Yeah, great film that is, though.
I absolutely love that film, mate. It is phenomenal, and it's quite hard to watch. It's quite moving at times, that film as well. One scene where I think, because I haven't seen it for a long time, mate, but Rachel McAdams, when she interviews one of the guys and stuff, and the way he's kind of traumatized almost about what's happened in his past and stuff. It's quite a heartbreaking scene that was, but yeah, really good movie. The other one that kind of came to mind, if it does count, I'm just trying, because obviously it's more like a courtroom sort of drama, but the other one that did kind of come to mind was 12 Angry Men as well.
I've not seen it, so I couldn't comment on that.
Oh, you've
What?
got to watch that.
Yeah,
It's amazing, Ollie.
Ollie,
It's
it's a must
absolutely
watch.
fantastic.
I will try. I'll put it down. I know that everyone's been going on at me about watching that for a while, so I think it's because I don't know how expensive the Criterion is, but I think there is just still a standard release, isn't there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's absolutely brilliant. Would you class that as that, Roy, as conspiracy? Like,
Yeah, loosely,
thriller?
I suppose. Yeah.
I'd say so, but yeah, brilliant. You know, I love who is, I think Henry Fonda's character's brilliant in it, but all the performances, it's just like
Great.
Ollie. It's brilliant in it, Roy. It's just like elite acting, and it takes place into one room for the entirety of the film, and it's just to keep it that captivating and that engaging throughout the runtime. It is just absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, and you know, like agreement, disagreement, agreement, disagreement, and it kind of spirals from there. Really, it is just it's fantastic, Ollie. It's, I think I give it like a 9 out of 10 or something. It's definitely one of my favorite films from that decade as well, the 1950s, which I'm sure Roy will agree with that as well.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, it's a brilliant film.
I need to check out as well, Roy. I have been so long been meaning to check out this film because I know you praised this director to the helm, and I've got you to thank for recommending both this director and a couple of his films, but Witness for the Prosecution as well from Billy Wilder. I am dying to see that film as well.
A must watch. Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say one that I've thought of whilst we've been talking that I know you've picked up fairly recently, Roy. No, you didn't pick it up. You already had it, but you didn't even know you had it in your collection. And then I think you watched it, was 3 Days of the Condor, Robert Redford.
Oh, yes, yes.
That's a brilliant conspiracy thriller, like theory film.
As well.
Yeah. Brilliant film that is. Film. Yeah. AP, have you got some?
Yeah, I mean, like Roy said, the Fugitive was definitely one I'd go for. US Marshals were great. I don't think they're in this kind of bracket, but Zodiac.
I was debating that. Yeah, I was debating choosing that myself.
I thought it was great. It's like Sam said. I think Mark Ruffalo. I think he's in that. You've got Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, it's that was. I remember watching that a few years ago. I thought it was phenomenal. You know, it's I didn't know anything about it. I think I remember seeing the new Batman movie, and they referenced the Riddler was inspired by the Zodiac killer, and then I kind of went, oh, let's check this out, and then went into that, and obviously it's finding the Zodiac killer. I think it's like based in like the 70s, it's like over like a decade or so, and just trying to work out who this guy is, the Zodiac killer, and he's going on this killing spree in America. I thought it was an absolutely fantastic movie. Just one of the movies that's really gripping. It's really very dark as well, and great cast, great film. And another one, Prisoners, which was another one with Jake Gyllenhaal, was again similar sort of vibe, where it's the someone's I can't remember the killing or the kidnapping kids, but I remember watching that. I've only seen it once, but it was one that I really thought was just a solid movie. Again, it was just like Hugh Jackman, and it was great. Jake Gyllenhaal, and just like really like the idea that sort of thing goes on is just like it's quite scary. But like when they portray a film like that, they kind of like do it justice. You know what I mean? It makes it like you feel like the tension in the scenes in them sort of movies and both of them films, and they're superb. But The Fugitive, that's what I only watched this year. First time watching that. And that was amazing. I can't believe I've never watched it until I'm like in my 30s now. I can't believe I've never watched it before that. It's Harrison Ford's amazing. It's just one of them films that I was like 10 out of 10 film. And it's just like the traveling, just like throughout the journey of the film, he's trying to just escape the police, trying to prove his innocence, and then the ending of it's just superb. I thought it was a spectacular film. That one, I'm definitely going to be picking up at some point. It was really enjoyable. I love it when you can still find movies like that are like
it's great,
decades old, and you find them, you're like, yes, why have I never watched this? It is phenomenal. It's exciting. It's like that's what I love. That there's still tons of movies like that I've never seen, and just like I still get that first time experience of watching them. It's awesome.
That was the best thing for me for lockdown. The amount of films that I watched for the first time during that first lockdown, and I was like, how have I never seen this before? And they're now my favorite, like Boogie Nights, Magnolia,
oh yes,
American Beauty, Forrest Gump. I'd rewatched, but it was like a one that I watched again, and like it just made me love it even more. Moulin Rouge. I think I only watched Titanic for the first time during lockdown as well, and yeah, it's just so good when you do find those films that you've just like been missing for a long time. Because I guarantee you, there's loads on my shelves behind me that have just been sat there for like probably some might have even been sat there for years that I've just not watched yet, and I'm gonna put it on and I'm gonna absolutely love it. So yeah, it's nothing better, I think.
So right.
So I said. The Manchurian Candidate is a great conspiracy theory film. I've only seen the Denzel Washington remake because I believe the original was Robert Mitchum and Angela Lansbury. But I've not seen that. But I'd like to check that one out. But the remake was a solid remake. I mean, I'm guessing the story's the same. But yeah, and Meryl Streep, obviously my favorite actress. She was just brilliant in the remake, I thought. Have you guys seen that one?
I haven't. I've got a copy, but I've not seen it. Maybe I should get onto that.
Yeah. Is that the original or the remake?
The remake.
Yeah, the remake is good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you like the actors involved and you like a conspiracy thriller, then you'll be all right, I think.
I got it from a charity shop in Lancaster for 50p. So yeah, I've never seen it. Just put it on the shelf.
Nice. And yes, I said Michael Clayton is brilliant. George Clooney's best film performance. It should have won all the Oscars that year. Yeah, I don't know how many it won. I don't know if it says. Oh, it was nominated for 7 and just won for Best Supporting Actress for Tilda Swinton.
Yeah.
So, but you can get that for about £3, I reckon, on eBay. So I call it fairly cheap. But yeah, Roy, definite one for you.
Right, I'm on it.
Good.
Do you know,
this is what we like to see.
Definitely. Do you know what, Ollie? I really also, on that subject of George Clooney, I really want to check out, God, what was it? It's the film that he directed. Was it Confessions of a Dangerous Mind?
That's a brilliant film. Yeah, brilliant
I'd
film.
love to see that at some point because it's meant to be a brilliant film, like you're saying, and he directed it, didn't he, to George Clooney?
It was his first directorial film, and he's got a very small role in it. But Sam Rockwell, I think it was the film that probably catapulted him to fame, because I think this is probably his first like proper leading role in a film, and he's just brilliant. And considering it's actually based on a true story as well, oh yeah, just a brilliant story and brilliant film. If you've not seen it, yeah.
Looking forward to revisiting the Oceans trilogy as well.
I'd love to, because I've seen most of George Clooney's films now. I just love to go back to the start and watch them again, because there's very few George Clooney. The only one that I actually turned off halfway through, which I thought was, again, as Roy would say, a bag of bollocks. I think I got about half an hour in, and he directed it as well, which I was surprised. It's called Leatherheads. I think it's about
I've heard of that.
about a football team, and it just wasn't working. It just didn't do anything for me, so I just turned it off. And saying that, I watched Intolerable Cruelty, which is a Coen Brothers film, years ago. I watched about half an hour and I couldn't stand it.
Yeah,
Put it on again last year, and I absolutely loved it. I don't know what changed, but I thought it was so funny.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, George Clooney, I would definitely say is one of my favorite actors.
I've really grown to really like him, Ollie, and it's a bit like Hugh Grant and Colin Firth, actors I didn't really gravitate towards like their roles and stuff like previously, but I think it comes with age, doesn't it, mate? Like an actor, you weren't really as fond of like all them years ago, and you've really come to admire them. And I think that goes to show because of the subsequent and different roles they've done in that time as well. Yeah, it's great. Like Hugh Grant in these like awesome like rom-coms from the 90s into something like Heretic all them years ago. It's great. It's really good.
Yeah, definitely. Movie Tramp said Ghost is terrific. Pierce Brosnan is great. Brilliant score by Alexander Desplat. I always love his scores because he's done most of Wes Anderson's films, hasn't he? And I think he's like a really good composer.
Even though I didn't like the French Dispatch all that
The
much,
music's
Ollie,
good, isn't it?
I will say the score was probably one of the highlights of that movie for me, definitely.
Yeah. Sai said there's a great conspiracy show by the BBC. It's called The Shadow Line. It stars Stephen Rea and Chiwetel Ejiofor. It's about the people in real power in the UK. I've heard of it, but I didn't know what it was about. But it sounds like it could be an interesting watch.
Mm.
Is that like an Illuminati? Sorry. I was going to say, is that like Illuminati or something like that?
Yeah, maybe. Sai said, Ollie, you need to stop the stream immediately and watch 12 Angry Men. We would all understand if you did it. Maybe that's what. Maybe when we do our watch along, maybe I should grab a copy of that. And if you guys have got a copy of 12 Angry Men, maybe we could do that.
Yeah, I got the criteria.
Yeah, same.
I'll try and grab a copy of that this week then, and maybe we could, because I know we've said Marley and me, because I just want to see Roy's reaction to it. Because I want to see if he cries at the end or if he's just going to be like a stone cold, just like nothing. Because I know me and Sam probably would be in bits, but
Ollie, I think I told you this before, mate. When it came to Marley Me, now I remembered it was my last year of primary school, and I remembered at the time so my mum took me to go and see that at the Cineworld in Bradford, and I thought this is going to be a great start to the weekend, like a light-hearted, lovable movie like this. It's just so happy-go-lucky throughout. And then the ending happened, and I was in tears watching that. It absolutely broke me.
I think I think this is another big thing with a lot of films. I think the score can make a film, and I think the score in that film, especially the ending bit, I think that heightens your emotions because it's such a powerful score that really fits what's going on in the film well. So I think that also adds to it. But yeah, I agree with what you said.
And my mum had to take me to Pizza Hut, and that really cheered me up as well. We went to like Pizza Hut, and that definitely made up for it.
Were you crying on the pizza, Sam?
Yes. Oh man, but Ollie, why did that ending have to happen, man? Why did it?
I think the whole purpose of the story was that everybody has dogs in their lives, and it was basically saying that from his puppy and saying that they all leave us eventually, but it's about the memories that we share with them and we have with them, and the fact that I think it shows that they are a member of our family, and it is like losing a family member when they go, and I think that's what the film was getting at. I think.
Yeah.
Have you seen Ring of Bright Water, Sam?
I love that film, mate. That's a film that needs a Blu-ray release, doesn't it?
Me and my brother were watching it. My older brother, like, bear in mind, he's 4 years older than me when we were kids, and he was bawling his eyes out. You know, at the end when he gets hit by a shovel.
I know that Paul Midge.
He was blubbing.
Oh man, I know. I remembered right. I think I was like 10 years of age when I watched that, and it was on VHS or something. And I must admit that had to tug at the heartstrings. And I think my mum or someone said something amusing like that's silly, man, or that's someone not watching what they were doing, something along those lines.
He was looking that way.
Oh man. That's a really good film, though, Ollie. If you've not seen that, that's a beautiful
what film's
film.
That?
Ring of Bright Water.
I've never heard of that, to be honest.
That's really good. It's part of it takes place in London, And then the vast majority that remains of that film takes place in Scotland, and like the scenery and stuff. I think it's like in Inverness or the Highlands, and the scenery is just beautiful, and the music is so ornate as well. I absolutely adore the music to that film, and Bill Travis is really good.
I was trying to think of his name then.
Yeah, is it both the two main leads from Born Free as well, isn't it, Roy?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Virginia something, isn't it? Yeah, Born Free's brilliant.
I know the song. Do you want me to sing it?
Born
free as the wind blows.
As free as the grass grows.
I only remember that because it was in Madagascar.
And it was on an advert for ages as well. A car advert.
Do you know what, Ollie? Like you, that's how I discovered that song as
Madagascar, yeah.
Oh, man. I'd actually like to revisit that at some point, Ollie. I haven't seen that for years.
I'd like to watch all three of them, yeah, because I remember all three of them being pretty good. I remember having quite fondness for the second one when they go to Africa.
I like that one, mate. That's not bad.
Because what's his name? Is it like Mumbo that she likes, and he goes out and he's got his big pecs that he's like, and he's shaking his pecs. That was just funny.
Oh, the scene with is it Marvin the giraffe, mate? When he's got the sticks and stuff, he goes fire, and he accidentally puts that statue on flames or something done.
It is funny. They are funny films. Even as an adult, I'd imagine I'd love those films. Watching them again.
Yeah.
We have Winter Kills and the Parallax View. Not familiar with Winter Kills, but I've heard the Parallax View is meant to be pretty good. That's Warren Beatty, I think. Blowout and The Conversation are good conspiracies. I've not seen either of those yet, but I have got The Conversation to watch.
I was disappointed by The Conversation.
I didn't like it.
I did say, yeah.
To be honest, Ollie, I was pretty bored shitless watching that movie. A little bit. And I love, The Godfather 1 and 2 and Apocalypse Now from Francis Ford Coppola. But yeah, man, that film, it didn't really do much for me, unfortunately. Blowout is great though, Si. That's really good. I do like that film.
Sam, what's that other film similar to The Conversation, East German film, where it's the guy listening about people trying to defect to the West? That's brilliant film.
I think that is far superior, Roy, to be honest. I'm with you there. The Lives of Others, that's great.
Oh, yeah, that's brilliant.
Oh, I've added that to my list because it was, Stephanie at Movie Chatter. She was talking about that. She was talking about that in not the video she uploaded today, her last video. She mentioned that and she said it was really good. So I've added that to the list again.
It's been a while, Roy, since I last watched it, probably about 5 years ago. But I tell you what, I see the Blu-ray, about in CEX and stuff, and it's not bad. I think, is it still in print as well, Roy, where you could just buy it brand new for £8 or something?
I've had my copy for years, so.
It's not in print, Sam, but it's about 10 quid used, I think.
Not bad. I think the next time I see that in CEX, I might have to grab that because that is an amazing movie. I remembered when my film studies teacher he recommended that film to us, and when I was doing film studies and at school, and he gave that film really high praise, and absolutely brilliant. Talking of another German film as well, and I want to maybe do a spotlight on this. When it comes to doing underrated films video, there's a film called The Wave from 2008, and that is
The Wave.
Have you seen it, Ollie?
Is it the big disaster film?
It's not that one.
I've seen a foreign film called The Wave.
Is it a guy stood on a table on the cover?
Yeah.
I know. I've seen the cover.
Yeah, basically they tried to form their own community, Roy, and they've got certain rules, but then a couple of things go out of hand and stuff. And yeah, like it's absolutely fantastic, Roy. And kind of as the film progresses, the kind of intensity it kind of sort of gets without spoiling it, but it needs a Blu-ray release. I'm shocked that didn't get a Blu-ray release because it's absolutely superb. Is it one of the most underrated films ever? It's gotta be. It's brilliant. And every time you know, I kind of would say hello to that movie. Just if I was to say hi to it, I'd give it a wave. There we go.
I knew you were going to say that.
Oh man. But yeah, Ollie, I would definitely recommend that film. No, I think it's just got a DVD release now, which is of course better than nothing, but really good.
Yeah. Jody said the Alan J. Pakula Paranoia trilogy is A1. Yeah, I enjoy all of his films. I think he was a brilliant director.
Okay.
I don't know them.
I'm not too sure.
You don't know Alan Pakula?
No, Alan Pakula. I don't know the Paranoid trilogy.
I think it's the. I'm not. I don't know exactly what film she's talking about, but I think All the President's Men might be one of them.
Okay.
Oh, right.
I think it's like a set of films he did that were all like conspiracy type thrillers. So I think that might be one of them, but I'm not sure. I'm guessing maybe the Pelican Brief's one of them because that's the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Jodie might have to correct us though if she's still watching.
Go on, let us know, Jodie.
Yeah. The China Syndrome too. I've heard that's
good.
Yeah.
Jodie said, yeah, the China Syndrome is unreal. Silkwood too. Yeah, I've wanted to see that for a long time now.
Da Vinci Code?
Yeah, that's not bad. I don't mind those films. They're all right films. The Insider, Michael Mann, Al Pacino, Russell Crowe. That is a brilliant film. Oh, it's a great film. I'd love to get the Blu-ray for that. Giz said, cheers for now, guys. The title celebrations have knackered me out. Take care. Thanks for joining, Giz.
Cheers, Giz.
I needed that.
I'll see it all today. I stayed on the Phil shirt today. I was like, oh no, I'm out of any of this.
We have George Condi here. Has anybody seen Diablo?
No.
Not familiar with that one, actually.
Not heard of it?
No. Right, we've caught up with the comments, so we'll move on to the next topic, which is our movie news roundup of the week. So for AP, who's new to this, basically every week I just write down some subjects that have been going around in the news, specifically entertainment film news, from the last sort of week, and I'll just explain a little bit of what I know, what I've read about it, and see if anyone's got any thoughts, anything they want to talk, and see if there could maybe be a discussion within the topics, and yeah, go from there really.
Awesome.
So the first topic, which might be an interesting one to talk about, is both Cillian Murphy and Daniel Craig have been offered the lead roles in Damien Chazelle's new prison film. Now, he was supposed to be directing an Evel Knievel film, which was actually supposed to start shooting beginning of July, but that's kind of been put on the back burner because they can't get DiCaprio to make a deal to sign. Basically, he's basically sort of backed out. So he's basically decided that because he was supposed to be doing this prison film before Evel Knievel, but he put that to his side to do the Evel Knievel film. So not much is really known about the film itself, other than it's a film set entirely in a prison. I mean, instantly when they mentioned that, my eyes went to the likes of Papillon, something like that, which would be interesting. But obviously, I wouldn't want to see a remake because they've already done that. But something along the same lines. But yeah, I think those two actors being offered a lead role in a Damien Chazelle film in itself is quite interesting. So, do you guys have any thoughts on that one?
I think it sounds promising, Ollie. That sounds really good. You know, two very competent actors there, and Damien Chazelle, one of the best directors working in Hollywood right now. It's got that on the tin, so I think it could be really good. And seen him do like a prison drama as well, like which he hasn't done before. I don't think he has anyway. So that'd be really interesting to see. I need to still watch Babylon though. That's still out.
Yeah, Babylon's good.
Get it watched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially that first scene, Roy, as soon as it opens with the elephant, is just absolutely hilarious.
You just know what you're in for, don't you?
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. AP, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have to Google his name, but I've seen Whiplash. That was
one of my favorites.
La La Land. Yeah, Whiplash is amazing. Like, it's especially I studied like music at college, and it was nothing like that experience of that movie, but just like there were certain elements where it clicked with me, and I was just like, wow, that's like the scenes in that when he's just like the intensity when he's drumming, especially the ending. It's like, oh man, and the practices. Just the whole movie's just incredible. It's a really good movie, but yeah, I go for any of them at this week. I've not seen Babylon. Babylon is one I've been meaning to check out for a while, and I've heard loads of people say it's amazing. It's like I can't remember. It might have been like Stuart George's video. I remember someone saying it was like similar vibe to like of not watching like Shawshank Redemption, and like years later, someone saying it's like a classic, and they feel like it's going to be a classic years later. So if someone says it's like comparable to, it might have been Stuart. I can't remember. I think it might have been Stuart's videos, but yeah, one I definitely want to check out. It's just. It's a long film, isn't it? Is it quite a long one?
3 hours.
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah, that sometimes puts me off, like just like going in. I need to be in the right frame of mind to watch like a 3-hour movie. Sometimes like a 2-hour one, I'm all in. 3 hours, I need to be in the right mindset. But yeah, I definitely up for that. I think either of those guys, it would be superb. They're both really good actors. I watched all them Peaky Blinders recently with Cillian Murphy?
Cillian Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, and they're really good. And I've not seen Oppenheimer yet. That's meant to be really good as well. He's meant to be good in that, but I like him in a lot of the other stuff he was in, like 28 Days Later and the Batman movie. So I'd definitely be up for that. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, nice. Roy, I think, did you briefly mention your thoughts on it?
I haven't, but I'm all in. If it's Chazelle, 4 films so far, 4 5-star films, love them all. So bring it on. Yeah, I'll watch it indeed.
Yeah, very nice. I agree with everything everyone said there. Next up, changing gears, another film which Daniel Craig's actually currently attached to do, but Carey Mulligan has been cast in Greta Gerwig's new Narnia film, which is supposed to be coming out next year. Another weird announcement, they cast Meryl Streep as Aslan, which I thought was a bit of an odd casting, but
that's the lion, isn't it?
What was that, sorry, Roy?
Wasn't Aslan the lion?
Yeah, Liam Neeson. That's why I just thought it was a bit odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so far, Daniel Craig, Carey Mulligan, Emma Mackey, and Meryl Streep have been cast in the film. Now, I don't think Greta Gerwig's made a bad film yet. I didn't love Barbie, but my love for Lady Bird and Little Woman so big that I'd look past that. I'm still, whatever she does, I'm always looking forward to checking it out. So yeah, personally, I think Carey Mulligan being added to that, she's a terrific actress, so I think that can only be a good thing. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Ollie, similar to you. I mean, myself personally, I really enjoyed like Barbie at the cinema. That could be a Margot Robbie, and you know that could be it. But the film itself, I really enjoyed as well. You know, it was such a fun cinema experience as well. Great crowds, but like you though, Ollie, I will say in my opinion, I would say. Although I can't remember if you said it was either they saw Lady Bird with like Little Women or Lady Bird was your favourite one. I haven't seen Lady Bird, but sorry, I haven't seen Little Women. Sorry, but Lady Bird. I would say out of the films I've seen of Greta Gerwig, that's been my favourite. I think it's one of my favourite A24 movies. So. And I did really like Barbie, so yeah, I'm looking forward to a next film for sure.
Little Women was one of those ones that completely took me by surprise. I had absolutely no interest whatsoever watching it when it came out in the cinema. I think because the physical came out during that first lockdown, so I bought it and I think I got it quite cheap. And I just put it on one day and I absolutely loved it. It's just one of those really, I'd say, nice films. There's no villain in it. It's just a story about these sisters growing up together,
Yeah.
their lives, and I just think it's got a great cast. I mean, Meryl Streep in that one, Laura Dern, Saoirse Ronan, Timothy Chalamet, Emma Watson, just loads of people in it. Florence Pugh. So yeah, I'd recommend checking that one out.
How was the sorry, Ollie? How was the 1994 film for Little Women as well? Because I've heard that was pretty good.
Yeah, I've not seen that one. But yeah, I've heard it's a pretty good one. Roy and AP got thoughts on this topic?
It's not my thing. I'll be washing my hair that day, I'm afraid.
I didn't like I wasn't super keen on the live action nannies they did a few years ago when they came. I think there's one, the Dawn Treader, but was watchable, but the other ones I just could never get into them films. I've never seen Barbie. Not to say I won't ever watch it, but it's never. I know there was like a lot of like people who raved about it a few years ago when it came out, but it's never something I fancied watching at the time. Maybe I will in the future, but yeah, I don't think I got me way to watch these nanny ones. Like I think it's just the stories just didn't click with me that time, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's worth. I don't know. Maybe if it was something, if the trailer looked spectacular and it was if it was on BBC at Christmas, maybe I'd watch it. That's the only way I'd watch it though.
Fair enough.
I absolutely love I absolutely love, what is it, Ollie, the BBC mini-series adaptation of Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. That's really good. From like
I've never seen that. No, I've never seen that one, but I'm surprised Roy hadn't seen the original Narnia because it's got Tilda Swinton in it.
I didn't know.
Yeah, she plays is it the Ice Queen, the White Queen, something like that? The villain,
White Witch, yeah.
The White Witch, that's it, yeah.
No, it's not my sort of thing, no.
Fantasy, yeah.
Even with Tilda in that, I wouldn't watch it.
Yeah. What if it had Jason Statham in it? Would you watch it then?
And that would be a different film, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he'd be going through the wardrobe and just shooting everyone.
Kicking shit out of everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Next topic is an interesting one, I thought. The Rock has signed up to star in another A24 film after filming The Smashing Machine, which is due to come out in October. This is going to be a psychological thriller where he plays a self-help guru that's kind of the head of this cult, and it's going to be called Breakthrough. What's your thoughts on The Rock trying to go into dramatic acting all of a sudden?
I like The Rock. Yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah.
A blue Roy thumbs up.
Good to have one thumbs up. What about you other guys?
I can't wait if it'll be. I think it'll be. Is it the Safdie brothers are doing the
Smashing Machine? I think it's Benny Safdie's doing that,
Okay.
because I think the other Safdie brothers doing another film. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I like the trailer, and it looks like. I mean, I think a lot of people I like The Rock. I'm a big wrestling fan. I love. I mean, I've got the belt behind me. I love pro wrestling, but I think like The Rock's kind of like run his time out with movies now. I think it's just like he got to the point where he was just playing The Rock in every movie, kind of like Jason Statham. And I remember when he debuted in like that in the Fast and Furious movies. Obviously, it wasn't his first film, but that Fast 5, that was phenomenal. But I feel like it's just like every movie's just the same character. And that Smashing Machine looks. And I don't know anything about UFC. I don't know anything about Ultimate Fighting. But the story looked good, and A24 is usually pretty solid. And I remember watching that Robert Pattinson one with the Safdie brothers. I know you said it's just one
time.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that was a decent film. I enjoyed that. So I'd be interested in watching that. And I've heard of isn't he doing one with Scorsese as well, where it's like a Hawaiian gangster movie or something soon?
Yeah.
So he's branching out a bit more, isn't he? He's obviously doing a bit more than the usual like Black Adam or Fast and Furious. He's doing a bit different like career move, so maybe it's a decent move for him. Like something different types of movies, and you see it with actors who you know, with the dip the toe into. I think like Jim Carrey's like a good one. You know, with comedy big in the 90s, and then he done like a lot more serious movies in like the early 2000s, and at the time they didn't land for me, but watching them back, like is it Sunshine? Do you know the one?
Eternal Sunshine, Spotless Mind.
Yeah, that one. I remember watching it at the time, just like not being super keen on it, but then watching it back and being like, wow, this is really, really solid film. It's really totally different. And like Yes Man's it kind of like it's a comedy, but it's like a very different comedy from Jim Carrey. But I think The Rock I hope he does well in the movies. I hope like on paper they sound good. A24. It sounds like a decent. The trailer decent for Smashing Machines. So I'm liking this direction. It's going to be something different from him. So excited.
I will say with the Smashing Machine, I have read some stuff that they've struggled to put the trailer together because the people that have seen it and have been behind the scenes say it's not the film that you see in the trailer. It's not going to be a drama at all. It's going to be completely off the walls. And they said they just struggled. They didn't know how to market it properly because it's going to be very like a film like you've never seen before. Is what they've said. Basically, it's not your conventional biopic. It's going to be quite crazy, which is weird because when I read that before I saw the trailer, and then I watched the trailer and I said I can't see how this looks like just a standard biopic, but I guess whoever cut the trailer together did a very good job. But because the trailer was excellent, I thought. Sam, you got any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, admittedly, mate, I'm not a huge fan of The Rock. I mean, he seems like a really nice guy and stuff. It's just like the movies I've seen with The Rock, I haven't been all that impressed with. Saying that, though, similar to what AP was saying, it's good to see an actor, though, kind of like, you know, like wanting to go for a little bit of a 180 or, you know, like a bit of a transition compared to what they've normally like starred in. And I think trying to see The Rock take on like sort of a more serious role and stuff, and not that he was never capable of it anyway, it's just comes that point in his career that he wants to try something different, and I give him massive props to that. So yeah, absolutely, man. Like say, was it Benny Safdie or Scorsese he's working with? And yeah, Benny Safdie and Safdie brothers, I've absolutely loved Good Time. It was a pretty good time, that film. And like Uncut Gems as well. So great film in it, AP.
Awesome film. That's good. Adam Sandler, the like comedy to that movie was just like completely a massive shift, wasn't it? Again, that was phenomenal.
Brilliant.
That blew me away. That movie,
Blu-ray
in America.
Yeah, it got a US Criterion in it, Ollie, but I'm really hoping that would come over here as well, because I would hands down pick that up like in a heartbeat, that one, because that deserves to have like a place in the Sammy G collection for sure.
Yeah, nice. Well, the next topic is it's an ongoing thing that's been going on for a while. Obviously, there's a Michael Jackson biopic that's been being made. I think it's just called Michael, and it's been delayed again now. It was originally supposed to come out in April of this year, and then I think it was January. They pushed it back right to October. They've now delayed it again. They're saying it could be beyond 2026 that it's now coming out, and bear in mind it's already been shot in its entirety. They're now also considering splitting it into two parts because the story's that big to tell. But I think the main reason it's taken so long is because they're having big legal issues. Basically, the second or the last act of the film focuses on basically a courtroom legal thing, basically where he's being accused of obviously the stuff that went on about and this family specifically, and this young boy. And they filmed it and they never said anything to the family, and obviously the families then found out that this is part of the story, and it's not been, and then the Jackson estate as well, who obviously had to sign it off, wasn't happy with it because obviously it's shining him in a bad light. That they've now had to basically cut that, and it's quite a major part of the film apparently. So obviously now they've got to completely rework it. They reckon they're going to have a shit ton of reshoots to do on it. So that's why it's being pushed so far back. Do you guys have any thoughts on that one?
They've got to show it warts and all. Personally, I think the guy was up to all sorts of things that he shouldn't have been. He bought his way out of it with money, and you just can't sugarcoat that sort of thing. But I don't think it'll ever happen because, again, the estate's so wealthy that they'll just use money as well just to stop it, hide it, and basically coat over it. So, no, I'm not interested.
The thing is, it's quite, because his nephew's actually playing him, which obviously you would think that the estate obviously had a say in that if his own nephew's playing him. But it's weird because it's Antoine Fuqua who's directing it, who's like a really big director, obviously, to The Equalizer films, Training Day. So that's quite a good name already. And Miles Teller's in it. He's playing his manager. I think, is it Coleman Domingo, who I think is a terrific actor. He's playing his dad. So it's got a lot of good talent attached to it. And it's a story I'm interested in knowing more about. But yeah, like I can get what you're saying, Roy. Is if they're gonna hide it and not let it be true to what it is, then I don't see the point in it.
No.
Sam and AP, thoughts?
Yeah, I really don't know where to stand on that one. A bit like Roy and was saying, yeah, I think if they're going to just hide as much of that possible, I think it kind of just might make it a more sort of like accessible version, but to what could always be what they could cover more, like aspects of what's gone on behind the scenes or stuff like that. I don't know really. I mean, it's and I think as well, I think I'm really surprised it's taken that long to get like an MJ biopic as well, considering like one of the biggest pop stars ever, really. But I think, yeah, if they're gonna hide all the stuff that they want to just like kind of keep that hidden from being in a biopic, then yeah, I'm not too sure about that one really, to be honest, Ollie. But the cast looks pretty strong and the director looks pretty strong. But I think if I'm kind of, I've always have been a little bit on the fence with that as well, to be honest. So, but we'll see how it goes with that one.
Yeah, AP.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I didn't even know they were doing a Michael Jackson biopic, to be fair. But I like two sides. I really do like biopic movies. So like, especially music ones, like the Johnny Cash one was great a couple of years back. The Elvis one more recently. I'm not like a huge Elvis fan, but I really enjoyed that film, and the Ray Charles one. That was really good. And like they're really phenomenal. But I think there's parts of them movies where the changed aspects of it. But I think with obviously Michael Jackson, big fan of his music, but this is where I'll lean to the other side, where it's how much are they going to... You're never going to get the true story, are you? It's going to be very much... There's going to be things adapted there. There's going to be stuff taken out. And if it's going to kill the story, it depends if it's telling it his full story, if he's telling a different certain era, certain part of his life, maybe like focus on thriller. But if they're telling the full story, like you're saying, doing the court stuff, but then they're cutting it out, it's like, what's the point? It feels like you need if there's an outcome of the story and they've had it planned out and then they're chopping and changing stuff and taking in really important plot parts out, it's like, what's the point of doing the movie in the first place? It seems... I think that would just be an absolute nightmare. It must be, as a producer or as a director for that sort of film, just the amount of... You must, like, going into it, you be like, it's Michael Jackson, you know everything that's went on with him, how difficult it's probably going to be to tell an actual true story, a true side of things. Because truthfully, no one truly knows. It's like, I mean, like the true facts that we don't know exactly what went on, and we're never going to see it on film either way, are we? What was actually went on with him in his personal life? So it's a tricky one, that one. I'd be intrigued to see if if it was on par with like an Elvis, I'd definitely go and watch it though, just because I like them sort of films. So.
Yeah, definitely. Next on another big topic, we've mentioned on a few of the streams, Avengers Doomsday, the next Avengers film, has been pushed back all the way back to December of next year from its May release date. I think we mentioned it was being very rushed. They've been just rushing. Like I said, they didn't have a locked cast, they didn't have a locked script, and they had already started filming, and they had less than a year to get it all done and out into the cinema. So I think it was quite ambitious having that release date and the start date of filming. So I personally think it's good that they pushed it back. Although I don't think December is a good date for an Avengers film. I think because all of the other Avengers films have been like April, May, and I think they're the perfect dates because it kicks off the summer. I don't think December is a great date for it. I think ultimately this probably will get moved back to April of 2027. I can't see it sticking because at the moment it's also set to come out on the same day as June Messiah. So I can't see it sticking with that release date. So yeah, what do you guys think of that one? If you've got any thoughts on it?
I mean, I think delay it until it's perfect. Until you get, I think you're right, Ollie. That'll get pushed back again. That most definitely is. I can't wait. I'm really excited, but I'm also with Marvel.
I can wait.
The movies. Yeah, I want it to be perfect. I'd rather like Avengers movie get it right. I mean, just going by the last few Marvel movies, they've not been amazing, have they? You know, the quality's definitely fell over the past couple of years. So I'd rather them spend another couple of years. I don't like. It's like, I mean, years ago when you get like a Marvel movie a year or maybe two in a year, they're just coming off the conveyor belt, and it just got to that point where you got fatigue from it, that Marvel superhero fatigue. And I think now it's nice just to have a little break from having them all like every couple of years. I'm more than happy just to wait for a few years for every Marvel release. So I think it's going to be a spectacular film. I think it's going to be great. The cast looks amazing. On paper, it should. They got the right directors in there who done the Avengers movies. I know some people might find it controversial with what's his name, Robert Downey Jr. playing a different role in it as Doctor Doom, but I can't wait. I do like them big Avengers movies, and I like the fact they're bringing a lot of that cast from the X-Men movies as well, which I really enjoyed watching them growing up. So I'm really excited for it, and I don't mind waiting another like 12 months for it, to be honest with you as well. Yeah,
I agree with you. What about you, Sam?
Similar to AP, mate. Yeah, I think because I haven't really enjoyed a few of the MCU films like post Endgame. I think, like, don't get me wrong, the films like obviously Shang-Chi and No Way Home and Guardians 3, I have enjoyed those movies, but they just haven't been. The MCU output since Endgame just hasn't been as consistent as what came before Endgame. So, yeah, mate, to be honest, pretty much similar to you and AP, I'm pretty happy to wait, to be honest. And then obviously make it a bit more, like, just polish it a little bit, make it a bit more tidier and stuff, like, and that with the film and the production and stuff. But, yeah, I think it has the potential, mate. It's got it there for the taking to be an absolute epic spectacle, but got to be executed right, because obviously we've had a couple of them films that have maybe been a bit rushed into the editing room and stuff that has got the potential on paper to be an epic spectacle, but just falls flat on the surface. So hopefully, with all the Avengers films being really, really good, this will follow in that similar level of quality as well. So yeah, I'm happy to persevere with that as well, definitely.
Yeah, and I take it, Roy, you've got absolutely no interest in it.
Well, I'm up to, I think Shang-Chi was the last one I saw, and I quite enjoyed that.
So you've got Eternals next.
Yeah, so I'm in no rush. I've got a few films before I get to it, so they can take their time, and I'll be ready when I get there.
Yeah, fair enough. Next up, Ridley Scott's set a date for his next film, which is going to be the sci-fi epic The Dog Stars. It's going to come out just under a year's time on March 27th. It's not got a cast that I would say I'm in love with. The lead's Jacob Elordi. I don't think when you say Jacob Elordi and a Ridley Scott film, I don't think those two go together. It was supposed to be Paul Mescal originally, but he had to step out because of the Beatles films. I think he would have been much better, personally. I think he's a much better lead for that sort of film. But the supporting cast is decent. It's got Guy Pearce, Josh Brolin. I think Margaret Qualley's in it as well. So it's a decent supporting cast. And I think it's like an apocalyptic sci-fi film. And Ridley Scott, always good when he's got a new film coming out. And it's not too far away either. So what do you guys think of that one?
Yeah, it's Ridley. I'll give it a watch.
Yeah. Sam and AP?
I'm with Roy. Ridley Scott sci-fi. I'll definitely be watching that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would definitely give that one a go as well, mate. And I think really Scott makes some very interesting films as well. So yeah, like kind of a bit similar to Steven Soderbergh, quite a versatile director as well. So yeah, I'd definitely give that a watch as well. Good cast and stuff, and yeah, awesome. And yeah, really Scott from South Shields as well, which is not really too far from here, to be honest. I think about under an hour or something from here. So yeah, I'd need to catch up on a lot of Ridley's films as well. Yeah, I would say, what was I going to say? Gladiator being a prime example.
Yeah.
He started off doing the Hobie's adverts, didn't he?
Yeah, I've watched them.
Oh, yeah.
Because I didn't know that, and then it came up, and I watched them, and yeah.
Right. I don't know that.
Is it the one with the little boy? Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Next.
That's crazy.
Next up, off the back of Doomsday being moved, Disney have been hot on the heels to give a film that date of May the 1st now. And they've given it to The Devil Wears Prada 2. Now, I've seen the original. I thought it was all right. I think I need to watch it again because I do love Meryl Streep. I think it's more of a girly film, to be honest with you. It's a chick flick in it, really. But on the other hand, I do like that they're now doing these comedies or like sequels, should I say, for films that were quite popular and successful back 20 years ago. Because obviously we've got Practical Magic 2's coming out next year, which you would never have thought would get a sequel. So I do quite like that aspect of it. It's just mainly seeing where these characters are 20 years later. Because I believe Meryl Streep is returning, as well as Emily Blunt and Anne Hathaway. So that's a good cast anyway. I'm going to take a guess and say none of you have seen the original one. So none of you probably have any interest in this one, but I could be wrong.
I've seen it.
You've seen it? There you go. What do you like it?
I actually really enjoyed it. I didn't think it would, but am I the only one who's seen it?
No, I've seen it and I thought it was all right, but I think I need to watch it again.
I don't know what you do a sequel. I mean, I don't know whether to. I'm kind of surprised you said they're doing a sequel.
Yeah, I'm interested in it, just because I like the film, and I think the character, especially her character Meryl Streep's, was because it's very different, because she's very cutthroat and it's a very different character for her. So it'd be interested to see where she is now 20 years later, because I think it's like she's struggling with her business from what I read of the plot. And she's got to try.
Is that how old that movie is? Was it 20 years old now? Is it?
20 years. When the new one comes out, it will be 20. Came out in 2006. So yeah.
Crazy, yeah, so, I think it was a decent movie. I'd actually recommend it.
Yeah. So I think Sam would get on with that one, to be honest.
I've always quite fancied that one, mate, to be honest. I've seen it's on Disney Plus, and I try and choose physical media over streaming, but just to kind of make sure if I'll end up really liking that film, I'll check it out for free first. But yeah, is it all right, that one, Ollie? Not too bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. I like I said, I want to watch it again. I've not got the Blu-ray, but I'd be quite happy to pick it up and watch it again.
Did you say you quite like that one, Roy?
It's quite satirical from what I remember. It's been many years since I
it
saw
is.
it.
Yeah.
But how do they decide on what the? Do they all come into the office on a Monday morning and they've got a big bag of film names? Come on,
I
then,
think
pick
the
one out of the hat this
scripts.
week.
Yeah, I think it's.
There we
I
go.
think it's just
Yeah.
I
Just
think
book your up too.
a lot of it, I think, is the actors and the creative teams of the original ones wanting to do it, because they've done the same with the Princess Diaries and Sister Act. They're trying to get third ones of them going, and it's all the actors pushing it and the creative teams behind the previous. They're pushing to get the films made. And I think if someone writes a script and it's the right script, they go for it. Like what they did with Top Gun. It took them however many years, 30 years, to crack a script for the sequel, but they did it and it turned out to be good. So maybe that'll happen with this.
I'm
That was
curious.
a big movie, wasn't it, when it came out? That was a big.
Yeah.
I remember it being quite like very popular as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I'm curious, Ollie, to how the Freaky Friday sequel's going to go and turn out
That's
as
another
well.
one. Yeah, interest. And we got another Tron coming out this year. That'll be
Oh,
interesting.
yes.
Gives it ground control to Major Tron.
I was in Legacy.
Oh,
I like
Really,
Legacy
right.
more than the original.
Same
I
Ollie,
really
to
do.
be
I loved
honest.
Legacy.
Yeah.
I think the original coming at it later is quite dated now.
Yeah, time hasn't been kind to it.
Yeah, but the Tron Legacy, because obviously we then had the technology, I think it works so much better, which is why I'm interested to see this new one. Because obviously, even since that, what has it been? Almost 15 years. I think the gap between that and this one, technology has gone even further. So I think it's going to be excellent. I do. Yeah. Next topic is Scorsese again. This is the last of the news. He's announced another project, but this project actually does have a written script that's final. Actually written by Eric Roth, who wrote Forrest Gump. So one for you, Roy. And it's a project called. You might like the sound of this though. It's titled Midnight Vendetta, and it's set in 1890, and is about when the mafia arrives in New Orleans and the start of the mafia in America, basically. So
a mafia origin story.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Yeah. I think you've got to have DiCaprio in there. I think
you've got to have Leo.
I think that's why he's dropped out of the Evel Knievel film. From what I've read, Martin Scorsese basically said to him, "I want you to do this," and because obviously they've worked together quite a lot, and he's never worked with Damien Chazelle before. He's got more of a loyalty to Scorsese, and he obviously said, "Yes, I'm going to do it." So I think we might be seeing that one. I think we'll see that one before the Hawaii film for sure.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, AP Sam.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah. As soon as you kind of said what Roy said about mafia origin story and like arriving into New Orleans in the 1890s, sold me. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. And I think Scorsese, you know, definitely a trusted name when it comes to that subgenre with gangsters. And we've seen what he's done with that side genre before. You know, he's gave us some of the best movies ever put to screen. So yeah, I'm all in for that one, definitely.
Nice. AP as well, yeah.
Yeah, same as you guys. Something I definitely watch. I'll be up for that. He's right. You know, it's in his ball game, and it's somebody he knows how to make them movies. So definitely be interested to see that one.
Yeah, nice. Well, that was the last of the movie topics. We've got 3 comments to go before we move into our penultimate topic. Although the last topic is going to go on for a while, so we'll see how we get on with that one. Sai said, would you say that Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning is a conspiracy film with its use of AI? Sort of, I suppose you could put it in there. Would you say that, Sam? Yeah.
I would agree with that side, definitely. Again, it's been a little while since I watched it. I haven't seen it since the cinema, as in part 1. But yeah, I would say that it's I would definitely say, because it was just remind me, Ollie, because part one, it was trying to like, they're trying to sort this code out or
They're
get this
trying to get the
device
key.
or something.
They were trying to get the key. That was
That's it.
basically the first
Yeah.
one. They were just trying to get both parts of the key.
Yeah, that's coming to mind now. Oh, it's really good. I love the scene on the train, by the way,
The train.
Ollie.
Oh yeah, the train scene
Love
was
that
awesome.
scene towards the end, and when he's on that motorbike as well,
I'll just say, Sam, you hadn't seen anything yet. If you thought that was wild, then for fucking hell, what he does in this one is nothing compared to that one. He's a madman.
I can't wait, mate. I've heard mostly positive things about this new one. I think me and my dad are going on Thursday because me and my dad have seen the previous 3 films together at the cinema, so it's only right we go and see the last one together as well. And yeah, I can't wait, mate. Heard mostly positive things. I've heard some people have said it's not a par on, or sorry, not a patch on with part 1, but still said it's a solid conclusion. So yeah, I'm gonna go into that one pretty optimistic, to be fair, that one, Ollie. And you've seen it twice already and give it 4.5 out of 5 on Letterboxd. So I'm gonna be quite glass half full with that one going into it.
Yeah. Roy and AP, what do you think?
Well, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm all up for watching it. I do like the Mission Impossible films. I'd
Have you
say
seen the last one?
I haven't seen the last one. I need to watch the first Dead Reckoning and this one. But I'd say the first Mission Impossible film is a drips of conspiracy.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. AP, what do you think of that? Have you seen Dead Reckoning?
Yeah. I've only seen it once, so I can't really. I remember it. I mean, I kind of agree with Roy with the first one as well. The first movie is definitely a conspiracy like thriller, but yeah, with the AI, it's definitely got that vibe of it with the conspiracy. I've not seen the most recent one as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. I'm saying it to somebody the other day. It's I mean, there's one franchise where every movie's just been sold, isn't it? Every movie now. I mean, is there 6 or 8 movies now? Is it something like that? It's
8, yeah.
8 movies. It's like, but every one of them's been solid, and I think they've just got better every single one. But really enjoyable, and I can't wait to see the last one. I didn't even realise it was the last film. It's I was kind of surprised by it when seeing it like the news recently saying it's the last one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'd be great.
Nice, yeah. Sai said, "There's no smoke without fire when it comes to Michael Jackson. The biopic should be watched and all. Definitely, yeah." He also said, "If they cut the courtroom stuff, that's a real conspiracy theory."
Yeah,
It would be.
Yeah. Right. Next up, our penultimate topic, as I briefly mentioned, is Wes Anderson films. Having a discussion of Wes Anderson films, our favourites, ones we've not seen, ones we don't like. All of that stuff. So I'll show the ones that I've got in my collection, and we can have a discussion of them as I show them. And then the ones I haven't got, we can all discuss afterwards, our favourite ones, because I've mainly only got the newer ones. I haven't got his older ones, so we can discuss them afterwards. So first up in my collection is Fantastic Mr. Fox, which was the first Wes Anderson film I watched. I think I saw this one at the cinema, actually. I really enjoyed this. It just, again, being my first, like my introduction to Wes Anderson, even though it is obviously more of a kid-aimed film, you instantly still see his like style and the tone of his films. And again, George Clooney, Meryl Streep as the voices, and obviously with it being based on one of my favorite Roald Dahl books, it's yeah, I really enjoy it. I think it's just great. I think the animation's really good in it as well. It's really quirky, as you would expect from Wes Anderson, and yeah, one that I think is a lot of fun. What do you guys think on Fantastic Mr. Fox?
absolutely bloody brilliant, Ollie. It was like yourself, my introduction to Wes Anderson as a director. And I think the stop motion, like the animation, mate, is like one of a kind, really. It's like nothing else I've seen in an animated movie before that. And it's just brilliant, like the autumnal colours and just popping that, and oh mate, you know, the look of like the foxes in there as well, the voice cast, it's just brilliant. The way it's choreographed as well, like as you've seen Wes Anderson's other movies, it's brilliant. Yeah, and the score is, with no pun intended, fantastic as well. So yeah, really great movie, that one, Ollie.
Yeah. AP and Roy.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's just. I'm really limited with the movies I've watched of this, but that's the one I watched, the first one. Purely because I like animated movies, and I mean the stop motion style is just phenomenal. It looks gorgeous on screen, and it just. I just like the story. I think it's just a really good story. Really well made. Great animated movie. Cracking film. Like that's an introduction to his filmmaking. I think it shows well with that one.
Yeah. Roy.
I'll say the last 5 years, the amount of animated films you could probably count on one hand. However, Fantastic Mr. Fox was one of them, and it was actually quite fantastic, as Sam says. Yeah, I quite enjoyed it. It's a
Yeah.
decent story. Yeah, it's all right.
Nice.
Gets the thumbs up.
Yeah. Next up, we have Moonrise Kingdom, which I really enjoy. I think it's not on the same level as his best. I think it's on this. I put it on the same level as his newer ones. It's still a really good film. I really like the story. Love seeing Bruce Willis in a film in a role like this. It's just, I think that's excellent. And you get, obviously, I think this was the first one Edward Norton was in, I believe. I could be wrong. I think it was the first film he collaborated with Edward Norton on. Obviously, Bill Murray, Frances McDormand, Jason Schwartzman, all of his usual actors that are in it. Bob Balaban, Tilda Swinton, Roy's favourite. Yeah, just a really good story, I think. And again, if you like Wes Anderson, it's another quirky film. Yeah, it just has him written all over it. But yeah, it's not my favorite, I would say. What about you guys? What would you say for that one if you've seen it?
Yeah, really good, Ollie. Really interesting film as well. You know, like set in 1968 by that's the Scouts camp and stuff, and learning a bit about the backstory of like the two, you know, like main leads in it, and how they kind of want to go away and stuff, and then how they met, and I just love the whole like sort of the cat and mouse sort of like the trail side of the film as well. I think that's really interesting, and I think Bill Murray and Frances McDormand, I think, have such good chemistry in the movie. Bruce Willis is one of the standouts in that movie as well. Yeah, I really like it, mate. Just a really sweet, entertaining, enjoyable movie, that, and I think it could have been one that maybe could have led on to a sequel. I don't know, but yeah, good movie, Ollie. Very good film, that.
Do you want to know a bit of trivia about that film? The two people that play the children, I think one of them is it. I don't know if he's the main. Is he the main child or one of the children in the group? It's Lucas Hedges. I don't think he plays the main young boy, but he's one of the ones in the group. I could be wrong. It's been a while
I
since I
remember him
watched
being
it.
in it, mate. Yeah.
And the young girl in I think 2016 reteamed on an Oscar-winning film, which was of course Manchester by the Sea, and in that they played lovers in that one, which I thought it was interesting because the girl didn't really do anything else after that, but then to see her appear again with him in like a film that was that good, Manchester by the Sea, although it's a very hard watch.
Yeah, it is.
It's yeah, thought that was a nice little bit of trivia though. AP and Roy, have you seen that one?
I've seen it a long time ago. It is the one Scouts on an island, isn't it?
Yeah.
All I can sort of remember, there's sort of a love scene between the two young characters that made me feel a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's a scene.
I can agree with that, Roy, to be honest.
It's the scene when they're being chased with the arrows. That I find that funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, next one. I know the next one is both mine and Sam's favourite, but we're going to skip over that because that comes into our final topic we'll be talking about, which will become clearer once we've talked about the rest of his films. You know what film I'm talking about, Sam, don't you?
It sounds to me it's going to be the French Dispatch, isn't it?
But next up, skipping to 2018 and another animated effort from him, Isle of Dogs. Another one I saw at the cinema and thoroughly enjoyed. It's not regarded as his best, but it's similar sort of thing to Fantastic Mr. Fox. It's the same sort of animated style storytelling. As you can guess from the title, set on an island where all the dogs have been sent to. I think is it Japan, off the outskirts of Japan. And it's very weird, wacky film about the dogs trying to band together to get back to this island and fight against like oppression and stuff. Really weird, but again, great voice cast. I mean, is it Bill Murray, Bryan Cranston, Edward Norton, Liev Schreiber, Bob Balaban, Jeff Goldblum, Scarlett Johansson, Tilda Swinton, Ken Watanabe, Greta Gerwig, Frances McDormand, F. Murray Abraham, Courtney B. Vance, Fisher Stevens, Harvey Keitel, Yoko Ono. Massive.
Really?
Yeah, massive voice cast.
Okay.
Is she still alive?
Yeah, she's 91, I think.
Is she?
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, I really personally enjoyed that one. What do you guys think of that one if you've seen it?
Isle of Dogs, fantastic, mate. The first time I watched it, I hated it. I really didn't like it when I first watched it. I thought that, it just really was a little bit underwhelming, to put it to that extent, I guess. But when I watched it again, it clicked with me and I really enjoyed it a lot more. And I think it was because I knew what I was getting myself into already on that, that second viewing. And I just think it's so dark as well. It's got a real grisly feel about it. And the way the film opens up and it's got like that narration or something, and it's very quirky as well. Like it kind of like it's kind of a film of its own identity when it comes to the dogs subgenre as well. But yeah, great film. And like the island settings really, it kind of has a claustrophobic feel about it, but it's kind of makes you feel kind of for the dogs as well and stuff, kind of being isolated and that. But yeah, great movie, Ollie. It's one I've definitely grown to love on subsequent viewings, and I love the voice cast as well, especially Bryan Cranston as well. Probably
He's
my
the lead,
favorite.
isn't he?
Yeah, my favorite character of the movie that he voices. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and Roy and AP, you've not seen that one yet?
I've not seen it. I was supposed to go to the cinema and watch it, but I was feeling woof.
I think you'd like it, Roy. If you like Fantastic Mr. Fox, I think you would really like it.
I might give it a go one day.
Yeah, same sort of thing. Next up is Sam's absolute favourite. I actually don't mind it, but The French Dispatch. I think what I like about this film, like I said, I don't think there's a Wes Anderson film I've seen that I've not enjoyed. And what I like about this one is the different parts to the story, which Sam, you will find out is in his new one. There are different like sections in his new one. Like in this, there were different sections to the story that kind of built the story more and more. And that's what I liked about this, the characters as well. I mean, you got Tilda Swinton again, Roy, Frances McDormand, Bill Murray, Jeffrey Wright, Adrian Brody, Benicio del Toro, Owen Wilson, Léa Seydoux, Timothée Chalamet, Liev Schreiber, Stephen Park, Elizabeth Moss, Edward Norton, Willem Dafoe, Lois Smith, Saoirse Ronan, Christoph Waltz, Jason Schwartzman, Tony Revolori, Rupert Friend, Henry Winkler, Bob Balaban, Angelica Houston. Like a massive cast. All set around the French Dispatch, which is the newspaper of the town. And loads of crazy stuff happens throughout the film. And yeah, I personally thought it was a lot of fun. It's not his best film, definitely not, but I still enjoyed it for what it was and what it did, and the fact that just to see another Wes Anderson film always love. So yeah, personally, one that I really enjoyed. You guys all seen that one?
But
No,
I'll tell you
I'm
what,
kind of limited. What I've seen of it, I've only seen 2 movies, and I'm sure you'll get to one of them in a second. But
Okay. Yeah, Sam?
Yeah, I was so disappointed, to be honest, Ollie. I mean, I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was awful. It was probably like a 5 out of 10 movie, which, to be honest, is a little bit harsh, but I'm hoping, like, on rewatch, I will admire it because it's been about 3 years since I last watched it as well. So hopefully, my opinion will change on that one. But yeah, like, do you know what it was, Ollie? I remember when that film was meant to come out like 2020, and obviously the pandemic happened, and it got heavily delayed and that stuff. And I think having, like, there was a bit at the time back in 2020, a lot of Wes Anderson's films was a bit of a blind spot for me. And having seen the trailer for The French Dispatch, I was like, this looks amazing. And I then did that thing in the pandemic, so I watched all of Wes Anderson's films, and every one of them I absolutely loved. So I was absolutely, all in for this new one, and I watched it on. I went to Tyneside Cinema to see it on release day, and yeah, I was just so underwhelmed. I really, really loved the idea of it more than the execution, it being almost like an anthology film, almost, with 3 stories put together. And yeah, it was just the first story did nothing for me. And from, like, it was, because the second story was obviously with Francis McDormand and Timothy Chalamet, wasn't it? And then the first one,
Was it Benicio del Toro in the prison?
that was it. And honestly, Ollie, I was just so bored watching that. It just did nothing for me. And the second story was just really flat on the surface and stuff. But the third story with Jeffrey Wright was definitely my favorite story out of those 3, and I definitely preferred it to the first 2. But I think by then, mate, I was just that deflated and underwhelmed that I kind of stopped caring for what was going on. But there was a lot to admire, and the score was brilliant, the acting was really good, but it was just a bit of an underwhelming experience. But I've seen it twice now. I want to give it one more go to see if my opinion changes, and hopefully it does. It's one I do want to get in the collection regardless anyway, Ollie, because I've got most of Wes Anderson's films in my collection, bar The French Dispatch and, oh no, sorry, I don't have Isle of Dogs either, actually. Isle of Dogs, French Dispatch, and yeah, the other one will come to as well.
Yeah. Roy, you've not seen that one either?
I haven't, but you're reading out that cast, something I've taken from that, and was it Isle of Dogs before?
Yeah.
He seems to pick out a
If
really
you-
random actor in
Yeah.
each film, doesn't he? Like
The next
Yoko
one,
Ono,
yeah, the
Henry,
next one's even weirder.
Henry Winkler in that one.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, yeah. You might like that one, Roy, because it's, well, just because it's got French in the title, you might like it. I don't know.
I do like a French film, don't I?
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
Next one, which is the last one I physically own, obviously is Asteroid City. Which I
You haven't
again,
got Grand Budapest.
what's that?
You haven't got Grand Budapest.
That's the one I said we're coming to because that comes under
Oh,
the last topic we're talking about. I do have
okay.
it there, yeah. Yeah, Asteroid City, a lot of fun. Again, I probably don't like this as much as the French Dispatch, but I still enjoyed it. Again, let's read the cast on this one: Jason Schwartzman, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks, Jeffrey Wright, Tilda Swinton, Bryan Cranston, Edward Norton, Adrian Brody, Liev Schreiber, Hope Davis, Stephen Park, Rupert Friend, Maya Hawke, Steve Carell, Matt Dillon, Hong Chow, Willem Dafoe, Margot Robbie, Jake Ryan, Tony Revolori, Jeff Goldblum. What would you say the random one in there is?
I don't know.
No. Oh, AP's gone.
Oh dear. Maybe he cut out. We'll see if he joins back again.
Maybe Goldblum.
No, because he was in Grand Budapest. He's been in
And
quite a few of those.
And another one as well, Ollie. He was, yeah.
Like Aquatic, wouldn't he, I think?
Yeah, he was in that one.
I've not seen that.
Yeah,
I would say out of that lot, I would say Matt Dillon's the odd one out.
Yeah. He hasn't been in anything for a while, has he?
Or Steve Carell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would have said Tom Hanks, but he's in the new one, so... But yeah, I personally enjoyed Asteroid City. I like the setting. I like the tone of the film. I think the only thing I didn't like, how long was it? Hour and 44, but it felt a bit longer than that. That's the only thing I didn't love about it. But yeah, one that I'm looking forward to giving another watch, because I've not seen it since the cinema. So maybe I'll like it more afterwards. But yeah, Sam, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I really didn't like it, unfortunately, Ollie. I've only seen it the once, and I'm hoping on second viewing I will really like it, because I just remembered seeing the trailer and I was thinking to myself, this looks like Wes is going to be back on track here. And I think I may have overhyped it a little bit for myself, but I watched it and I was in the cinema and I was just bored out of my mind watching that. I felt kind of, it was not in a really bad way, but I kind of felt empty watching it. Like, I didn't feel much for the story or the characters, and it was a bit kind of, yeah, I don't know what it was. Maybe also, Ollie, it was just a film that caught me on the wrong day as well. I'm not too sure, but I just remembered there was the only characters I really liked was Steve Carell, Tom Hanks, of course, and Scarlett Johansson. Jason Schwartzman, I really didn't like his character in that film. I thought he was just a very arrogant person in that film. It was just, I couldn't get on with his character. The stargazing, like, competition is something that convention was an interesting story, and Wes going like for something with that kind of sci-fi aspects about it. I kind of admired that, and obviously like building up to seeing like alien life and that I thought was interesting, but yeah, it wasn't for me on first watching, but I'm hoping on second viewing I will enjoy it a lot more. But the acting was really good. There was some good visuals and the setting was good, like you say, Ollie. It was a good looking movie as well, but the story itself was just, I felt kind of empty watching it. It just didn't do much for me, but not a bad or terrible movie, just for, in my opinion, just bang average.
Yeah, fair enough. Roy, you've seen that one?
No, I've not seen that. I think James saw it and said it was crap, and I think Larry said it weren't too good, so I never bothered.
Right, fair enough. I'm not sure if AP's still here. It's spinning, or he's gone again. We can come back to AP if he joins. I think he must be having internet issues. But yeah, those are all my physical ones. I'll briefly talk about the Phoenician scheme, but I think I'm the only one that's seen that so far. Yeah, I really enjoyed the Phoenician scheme. It's got elements of, like I said, the French Dispatch, where it's like told in parts. But it also actually, funnily enough, did remind me of Grand Budapest. Just in the way that it told the story, and the characters that were in it. I thought, yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's got another, because it's set in I think it's set in the 60s. But it's weird because a lot of his films, he never actually says where they are. They're usually set in some fictional place, and the fictional place in this film is a country called Phoenicia. Hence the title, The Phoenician Scheme. But yeah, Benicio del Toro is he's in every scene of the film, and he basically plays this businessman that's just trying to get this plan together, get money together to do this big thing. But yeah, really good. And I'll say the standout of that is Mia Threppleton, who's Kate Winslet's daughter. I think it's the first film she's been in, but I thought she was so funny in it. She was brilliant. So I think she's someone to look out for. But yeah, that's one that I really enjoyed. AP, did you watch Asteroid City?
Yeah, sorry about the internet was going out again.
That's all right.
Yeah, so Asteroid City is the second one I've watched. Them is I wasn't so I didn't know what you was all for that movie, but I wasn't super keen. I couldn't really get into that. It was just a bit all over the place, and I just didn't think it was that good of a plot. Really, that one. What did you make of that one? Did you enjoy it or?
I enjoyed it. I think it's his weakest one I've seen, and I know Sam didn't get on with it. I did enjoy it for what it was, and like I said, to see a new Wes Anderson film, I enjoy anyway. But of the films I've seen, it was the one that I didn't take away a lot from.
Yeah, I mean, compared to like the other one I've watched is like the Fantastic Mr. Fox. It was, I mean, it wasn't a patch on it. It was way down the scale. But I've heard like a lot of this, like a few you mentioned, like during this one, that I do definitely want to see. I'm not like put off by Asteroid City. I feel like I've seen enough in Fantastic Mr. Fox to be like, yeah, he's actually a very talented director. So I'm definitely interested in seeing more of his films.
Yeah, nice. Well, we'll work backwards now from Fantastic Mr. Fox. Although I've not seen many before that. I've only seen one, I think, from before that. So we'll go next with the Darjeeling Limited. I haven't seen that one. So have any of you guys seen that? I'm guessing Sam's seen that, but you got any thoughts on that? Roy's not seen it, so Sam?
I not seen it.
Yeah. So it's interesting. My dad didn't like one of like a couple, probably should I say, of Wes Anderson's movies, and I think it was just kind of like that, maybe that style that it maybe wasn't my dad's cup of tea almost, which I can totally get. It is a bit of an acquired taste, is a lot of Wes Anderson's movies, but the Darjeeling Limited, I said to my dad that I know you really like those sort of travel movies, and like always see kind of really cool character-driven movies, and like reunion sort of films. And me and my dad watched that together, and my dad was saying, you know what, Sam, that was a really good recommendation, because I watched it and I absolutely loved it, and my dad really enjoyed it. That might be my dad's favorite Wes Anderson movie. But yeah, I've seen it a few times. Ollie, I think it's great. I love the chemistry between the three main leads. The actress in it is really good. Side character on the train as well. Again, I love the look of the locomotive, and the train, and like the different carriages, and the color palette as well is just gorgeous to look at, like it is in a lot of Wes Anderson's movies. The camera will focus on that different room to that different room with different color grading and wallpaper, and I just love that about his style of filmmaking. But yeah, I mean, the scene I really didn't like was the snake, though, but I've got a massive fear of snakes, so to be fair, that was the scene I really didn't like in the film. But yeah, mate, it was a film of like two halves, really. I can't really say to why it is a film of two halves, because I don't want to spoil it, but it was very good. Again, the whole train journey around India and stuff, and the family reunion side of it was really well written. So yeah, very good film, Ollie. I would highly recommend that if you're getting more into like Wes Anderson's early movies. That's a really good one to watch.
Yeah, nice. Next up's one that I actually have seen, I just don't own, and that's The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, which I personally really enjoyed. Like I said, it's one of the only earlier ones of his films that I've seen, and yeah, really, again, you can tell it's a Wes Anderson film. Obviously, with Bill Murray being the lead, but again, you've got a great cast. I think Willem Dafoe's in that one, Jeff Goldblum, as we said. I'm sure Kate Blanchett's in that as well, isn't she, Sam? I think she is.
Yeah, yeah, that's just come to mind now, mate. She is, and obviously, is it Michael Gambon and Jeff Goldblum's in it as well? Yeah. And Angelica Houston. I think it's really good, Ollie. I really enjoyed it. I must admit, when I went back and watched it a couple of years ago, I think I kind of did downgrade my score a little bit compared to that first couple of viewings, but I did really enjoy it still. Just like so unique, like a sort of like about, you know, a film of, like, that is actually about kind of a documentary almost around obviously the submarine and kind of trying to find a long lost friend, and this golden shark as well. I find all of that stuff really fascinating, but I think what comes with it is kind of discovery of kind of like your long lost relative in that film, and also the character work I just think's absolutely excellent and just paid off really well with a great like story to accompany it. So yeah, great movie, mate. And the soundtrack is superb as well. I absolutely love the scene with Sigur Ross's song that is playing as well, and it's just the music that comes into it is a beautiful scene towards the end with that song playing. So yeah, really cool movie that, mate. And Bill Murray, just two really cool movies, and Lost in Translation I think came out the year prior to that, so it was a really good time for Bill Murray. But saying that, he's been in a lot of really good movies before that as well.
And I think he did that Broken Flowers the same year as well, didn't he? Which was the Jim Jarmusch film. That's supposed to be quite good. I've still got that to watch, so
I've got the DVD of that one.
yeah.
For 50 pence. I think it was last month, Ollie, but Jim Jarmusch, really good director. I think he's such an underrated director, him, Ollie. I would love to check out more of his films, definitely.
Yeah. Roy, have you seen The Life Aquatic?
I haven't. No, I've not seen it.
No. Fair enough. Next up, The Royal Tenenbaums. Not seen it. So, Sam, do you want to talk about that one?
Now, do I say where this ranks for me? Because I am planning on doing a Wes Anderson ranking video, so I might just not say where it ranks. Well, saying that, obviously my number one is going to be a given when we get to that. But I will just say for now it is right up there. We are looking at Champions League spot for like the Royal Tenenbaums for this one. But I knew you'd love that, Roy. and to mention, say again, sorry, mate.
Where was it? 17th for the trophy.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was funny. Yeah, Roy, I love your sense of humour. You make my day, mate. And Roy's name, yes, Roy's name is in a Wes Anderson movie, The Royal Tenenbaums. So yeah, amazing movie, Ollie. It is absolutely superb. I love the whole, again, similar to the Darjeeling Limited, I love the whole family kind of reunion side of the story. You know, Gene Hackman is kind of playing this kind of sleazeball at the start, and, you know, not a very well-liked character at the start, but he kind of tries to make amends with his family. I love all of that stuff. I love the kind of the side stories with like Gwyneth Paltrow and Owen Wilson, Ben Stiller and his like three sons as well. Yeah, I think it's absolutely fantastic, and the soundtrack's really good. I love the whole. I love the scene with the whole Valkyrie as well, like Luke Wilson's character as well. It's just, yeah, I love the whole setting with the Tenenbaum house as well. The narration as well with it. Again, very similar lines to like Amelie as well. It's got that similar feel with its narration and stuff, and yeah, the soundtrack's bloody ace, as Stuart would say, and the film is just absolutely fantastic. I give it like a 9 out of 10, and me and Si, we're going to be going to see that for his birthday as well, aren't we, Si? Next month. So yeah, at Tyneside Cinema.
It says it on the screen, Sam.
Oh, there we go. What a coincidence, eh? Yeah, you're gonna love it, mate, on the big screen. I saw it a couple of years ago at the cinema, and that was my best experience of that film size. So you're definitely gonna love it on the big screen, and for your birthday as well, mate. It's gonna be bloody brilliant, definitely. And have you got the criterion of that? Did you say, Ollie, the Royal Tenenbaums?
No, I've not got that one yet. I think it's out of print, the Criterion. Otherwise, that would be one I think I need. Yeah, well, I need to get obviously that Life Aquatic, Darjeeling Limited, and the next two we're going to talk about as well.
I looked at HMV the other day, mate. It wasn't in there.
Is it in there?
Like on the shelves, it wasn't in there. No, I don't think. I honestly, because I thought 9 times out of 10, the Criterion releases, like don't go out of print and stuff. But that was a bit of a surprise at Ollie. So hopefully that will get a like re-release of some sort because it absolutely deserves it.
Yeah. Next one, Rushmore. Oh no, wait, Roy. Have you? Yeah, Roy. I forgot.
I've seen that one.
You have seen that one, okay?
I have seen that one. I've seen it once years ago, and the Criterion was on sale on Amazon the other day for $14.99.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And I ummed and ahed about buying it, but then when I went back on it, it'd gone on it. But yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I don't remember a lot about it. I seem to remember a lot of characters walking around in red tracksuits.
Yeah, that's it, Roy.
And I remember a girl who was supposed to have quit smoking, but she's been smoking for years in a tent or something. So I remember like snippets of it, and I really wanted to go back and give it another watch, but I missed the price on it. So when it comes a decent price again, I will grab it because I remember really liking it.
Yeah. Rushmore, Sam? Is it? Yeah, Rushmore's next, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's kind of like it's going to be a weird comparison, but it's almost got a similar feel to. It's kind of like a blend between Ferris Bueller's Day Off and The Graduate. I would say it's kind of, I would compare it to both of them movies. But really good, mate. Yep, I love Bill Murray's characters, probably my favourite part of the movie. And I believe it was Jason Schwartzman's first ever role as well. And the main actress in it, I can't remember if she was British actress. She did a really good job in the film. Couple scenes I was a little bit wasn't a bit sure about, but overall the film's really good. And yeah, I love the whole like kind of the theatrical part of the movie where the whole setup with the stage play and that. Yeah, I think it's I can't remember if it was Death of a Salesman or another play that they kind of like did a stage play for in the movie, but really good fun movie, Ollie. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that one. It's kind of set around all 4 seasons as well, if I remember rightly.
Nice. Roy, have you seen that one? I don't want to skip you this time.
I've not seen Rushmore. You can skip over me now.
Okay. And the last one is directorial debut, of course, is Bottle Rocket. Sam?
Do you know what? Every time I think of that title, I think of the XTC song, like Rocket from, is it Rocket in a Bottle or something? Bottle in the Rocket. That's on the album Black Sea. That's a really good song from XTC. Yeah, Bottle Rocket. Interestingly, the first time I watched it, I thought it was all right, but I thought it was okay. But then I watched it again. I thought, this is pretty good. And then I watched it again, and that time at Tyneside Cinema. And I thought, this is really good. So it was a bit of a grower, that movie. But yeah, mate, so underrated. It's mad to think next year that's going to be turning 30, and Wes Anderson's been doing movies for coming up to 30 years. That is just mental to think about. It's really good though. But yeah, Owen Wilson, I believe that was a debut role for him, as well as Luke Wilson. And the 3 main leads all do really good job, really good chemistry. I love the whole side story with, I can't remember, was it Luke Wilson and that girl and that lady in the hotel? I loved that side story, and the whole heist stuff is really interesting as well. James Caan's character's really good. I love the whole scene when I think they're on like a coach and they're coming up like a 65-year plan or something for like the pipe work. Yeah, really beautiful movie, that, Ollie. Very good stuff. The final act is probably my favorite part of the movie as well, so I'm definitely gonna rewatch that soon as well, like, because I think I have booked to see Royal Tenenbaums and Life Aquatic at Tyneside Cinema next month. Royal Tenenbaums, that's going to be the second time seeing it at Tyneside. Life Aquatic, first time at Tyneside. But I do want to go back and revisit, like I was saying there, Bottle Rocket and Rushmore and many of these other films as well, definitely.
Nice. Roy, have you seen that one?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Fair enough. Right, we'll move on to the comments before we go on to our final topic. Nick's here. Hello, Nick. Hi, guys.
Hi,
Just
Nick.
thought I'd stop by.
Hey, Nick.
So what do you think about Arrow? Shit, typo. So what do you think of Arrow releasing stuff like Hard Boiled, Better Tomorrow 1 and 2, The Killer, and other classic Hong Kong fodder? I think it's really good, personally. I'm glad that they're releasing that sort of stuff now. Because I'd love to see Hard Boiled and The Killer. I'm not too familiar with Better Tomorrow, because I'm not that clued up on the Hong Kong type films, but I obviously know Hard Boiled and The Killer, because is it Chow Yun Fat in both of those, I think?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a great actor for Hong Kong stuff. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. What do you guys think?
Really good, Ollie, because I believe The Killer was really hard to get hold of for a long time. That movie, if it's the one I'm thinking of from, is it John Woo?
Yeah.
That is brilliant. I would definitely pre-order that because I've not seen the film, but I know Mike Cinema Axeman, he'll be all over these releases and stuff because I know he's really into Hong Kong cinema as well. So yeah, I'll definitely check out probably Hard Boiled and then The Killer as well for sure.
Yeah. Roy and AP?
Well, is this official news? Is it? 'Cause it's the first I've heard of it.
I think so, yeah. I did read something about it the other day.
Yeah, really excited about Hard Boiled because I only watched that for the first time last year, and I got a DVD copy that didn't even have the Hong Kong version on it; just had the dubbed into English. You couldn't watch it with the subtitles. So yeah, that I'd definitely pre-order Hard Boiled because it's such a great film. There's a scene in the maternity hospital that's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, definitely that was one for me. I'll be getting that. I haven't seen any others, but definitely ones I'll be looking into. Yeah, but Hard Boiled, definitely I shall pre-order that.
Nice. AP?
Yeah, it's I've never seen any I did a 90s collaboration episode last year, and I think it was Mike Cinemaxman and Andy. A few of the guys mentioned Hard Boiled, and it's one I've been meaning to check out. But I mean, Arrow recently the releases they've been putting out with the past few months, the announcements have been unreal. The movies have been showing up.
Yeah.
It's just they're nailing it. On the releases, the artwork's always solid. The release. This is cool. I think it's just the more movies that are getting released of different genres like this is always awesome to see. So it's just a good sign for other genres as well. So it's good to see this.
Yeah, nice. And Nick's then gone on to say, secondly, anyone as excited as me for the Umbrella acquisition and future release of Freaked. Alex Winter is supposedly working with Umbrella for a great release, so fingers crossed. Not familiar with that film. Do you guys know of that film?
Not heard of it.
No. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I do think Umbrella put out some good stuff. It's just expensive, get the shipping fees and getting it over here. Sai said, yeah, Mia Threppleton is the actress in the Phoenicia Schemes, Kate Winslet's eldest child. Yeah. I think they starred in a Channel 4 one-off drama. It was like a series they were doing called I Am. And I think the one they were in was called I Am Ruth, and they were both in that together. I didn't watch it, but I think it might have won a BAFTA or something. So yeah, but she's great actress, and you can just when you look at her, you can just see her mum in her face, and just the way that she comes across is just so might have another great up and coming actor on our hands there. Sai said, this may sound stupid, but I've always thought that Wes Anderson's films are like daydreams, if you get what I mean. 100%.
Yeah,
it is. 100%. I get what you mean. Yeah, it's just like a weird, crazy. Yeah, daydream. Yeah, I get that. Nick said they certainly exist in a pastel-coloured fairy tale-esque world that's somewhat detached from reality, in the same way as Lynch was such a master at crafting nightmare dreamscapes. Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Would you guys say that as well? Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. Nick said just been on eBay and found this that Ollie might be interested in. Oh, what is it? It's leaving us in suspense. Because we caught up with the comments. We'll see what he comes back with, but leaving us in suspense there.
He hasn't put the answer.
He's not put any. He's just said been on eBay and found this. But what is it? I want to know what it is.
Yeah, he's built the anticipation.
I reckon it's another bottle of fruit cider.
I've still got a bit to drink of mine. To be honest, it takes some. I can't drink it fast because it's too fizzy. Right. So the last topic, which is why we've had to delay talking about the Grand Budapest, is I've decided I don't know if this will be going forward or if we'll just do it one-off, see how we go on. But I want to look at specific years in film, the good, the bad, everything that came out in that year. Talk about stuff that we like, highlights the bad stuff. I mean, I've covered quite a lot here. There's quite a lot, but I might have missed some. So if you know any that have come out in that year that you want to talk about that we don't get to talk about, then feel free to mention them, because there's obviously a lot of films that come out. But I thought we'd start with the year 2014 because I thought that was a brilliant year for film. So what I'll do is I've got a list here in a pile. We'll go through the list, the ones that I've got I'll show, and then we'll each talk about that film, if we've seen it, our thoughts on it, and then go on to the next one. Kind of like, I suppose, like a retrospective of that year sort of thing. And we'll just see how it goes, see how we get on. So first off, we have Rise Along, which came out in January 2014. It's all right. I don't mind it. The second one's not very good, but it's all right for a buddy cop kind of film. I don't mind Kevin Hart. He's not my favorite, but I do really like Ice Cube in comedy roles, and I think he's really good in this. And there are some very funny moments in this film. So yeah, it's one that I personally enjoy and I go back to quite a bit. Have any of you guys seen that one? Thoughts on that one?
I've not seen it, Ollie.
Roy or AP, have you seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, like decent buddy cop. Yeah, I quite enjoyed it. Instantly forgettable. It's not something you're going to remember for very long, but yeah, it's all right. I've not seen there's a sequel, isn't there? No.
Yeah, it's not as good. There's a memorable scene with a song, but I can't remember what the song is. But it was stuck in my head for ages after. It's like a chase scene with a really random song in it. Yeah, but that's all I can remember from the second one. But yeah, AP, have you seen that one?
Yeah, I think I've seen the second one as well. Like Roy's kind of like very forgettable movies. They're fun watches. Yeah. Not something I'd probably like go back to anytime soon, but yeah.
Yeah. Next up, we have the Lego Movie. As far as animated films go, I don't watch a lot of animated films anymore, but I think this is a really good one. I think it's the best of all the Lego films that they've done because it's breaking the fourth wall. It's not just your typical kids film. There's a lot of hidden stuff in here. There's a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of obviously characters and references in pop culture. I think it's a decent story about a guy basically trying to find himself, working out that he's not just your average everyday NPC kind of guy. And yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. The sequel was all right, and the Ninjago and Batman ones were okay as well. But yeah, I personally think this is the best, really great animated film there. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, I watched it. It was like Odeon Huddersfield about 2014, and yeah, I remember watching it that weekend, and it was just such a fantastical day when I just bought like a good bundle of records from Vinyl Tap in Huddersfield Saturday Market, and then I thought I'd go to see like the Lego. I was just rising reaction then.
I never know which direction you're going in.
No, I
Sam.
don't. You wait, and then something completely unexpected comes out of his mouth, and you're like, "Oh, okay."
And then I went home and I had lasagna for me tea.
Yeah. And then I called Roy up and asked him if he wanted a Pepsi.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God, that was amazing. Oh, hey Roy, I forgot to ask this, but I thought I'd ask it. Have you had a Pepsi Max today?
I haven't had a Pepsi Max.
Well, I'll just say, Roy, I had a Pepsi Max today earlier.
You love Pepsi Max, don't you?
Yeah, taking the Pepsi to the max. Oh.
Did you like the film though, Sam? Because I don't know if you
Yeah,
got to the point.
That was, I know, mate. I went a bit off topic there. So, oh man, sorry, Ollie.
That's all right.
Basically, it was just Roy's reaction earlier, mate. That's what made me chuckle. But yeah, it was basically. So yeah, I went to go and see the Lego Movie that weekend. Yeah, Odeon Huddersfield, which is good cinema, and yeah, the movie was a lot of fun, mate. Definitely one of the surprises of the year, and yeah, I just thought I loved the whole world building with that Lego like lands in the world and stuff. I really liked the main character, can't remember his name now, but voiced by
Emmett.
Chris Pratt. Yeah, and everything is awesome.
Oh,
everything is
good
cool when you're
cool
part of the
and
team.
I knew
love
you were going to say
song.
that.
Oh man, yeah, and that was a real banger of a tune. And yeah, I enjoyed it, and I kind of liked how the film just went into a totally different curveball direction. Like later on, you know, there'd be like other like references to other movies and other characters that would become their own unit as well. So I really enjoyed it. Ollie, the sequel, I didn't really like the sequel all that much, admittedly, but I did really enjoy the first film. Yeah, well overdue a rewatch of that one. Haven't seen it since the cinema.
Roy, have you seen that one?
I have seen it. Nathan, he was so into Lego as a kid that he made me watch it. And the most I remember is that stupid song that Sam just sang.
I could tell by your face when you started singing it.
Did you think I did a better job of singing it though, Roy?
Oh, I nearly went to pieces.
Hey! Oh man.
AP, what about you?
Oh yeah, I mean, one I've watched a few times over the years. It's one I'll just like put on, chill to. That movie. It's super creative, super entertaining. Just like going into all the different Lego like locations, sets and stuff on there. It's just like visually, it's just unreal when you just wait up like how far animation has come over the years. I think I've seen a Batman one. I wasn't like super keen on that, and I've never seen. I didn't even know there was a Lego 2, to be honest with you. But yeah, I really like that movie. I think it's really a fun movie.
Yeah, nice. Next up is one that I'm actually debating getting out of my collection because it kind of underwhelmed me considering the talent behind it, and it's The Monuments Men, another George Clooney film. One
Yeah,
that I just didn't get
see
on
that
with.
one.
I think it could be one of his worst films, considering it's got obviously George Clooney, Matt Damon, Bill Murray, John Goodman, Bob Balaban, Hugh Bonneville, and Kate Blanchett.
Yeah.
It's just such an underwhelming film. I thought it's quite
Dull.
bland and
Yeah.
yeah, not much going for it. Yeah, so I take it, Roy, you're pretty much the same as me then.
Just bin it off and watch The Train with Burt Lancaster instead.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Much better film. Sam, have you seen that one?
I haven't, mate, and I couldn't really, you know, like bring myself to watch it, to be honest. I just didn't think didn't really interest me. I just think it was kind of similar to that. What is it? It had the poster looked a bit similar to Operation Mincemeat, which just didn't have much interest in seeing that either. So yeah, no, I didn't really fancy that one, to be honest, Ollie. But like you say, the cast is good, but just not really want them in any rush to go in my way to watch. It's one of those I cannot be bothered watching, to be honest.
AP?
Yeah, I remember watching it years ago and just been one of them forgettable movies. Did he direct it as well? Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, I remember having the DVD of that, and I don't think it stayed in the collection for. Well, I think it's one I probably watched, and then it didn't last in the collection after that. But yeah, I think it's a bit like you said, a solid cast, but the movie just didn't do anything.
Yeah, I agree. Next up's one I've not actually seen myself, and I'm not sure if I don't own it, and I'm not sure if anyone else has seen it. But it's the remake of RoboCop. Anyone got any thoughts on that if they've seen it?
It's all right.
Oh,
didn't mind it.
one thumbs down and one all right.
It's all right. Yeah, but obviously it's not a patch on the original, but I thought it was a decent enough action film. Turn your brain off, watch it. Yeah, I didn't mind it at all.
Yeah, AP.
I mean, is that one I should go back to, Roy? Or I love the original. I remember it just not being a patch on the original.
Yeah, I'm not saying not a patch on the original, but it was just a harmless action film. I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I couldn't get into that one. I think it's because I highly regard that original movie so much. It was just like there's someone like that, like the Total Recall, that was the original, and I remember they did the remake of that, and it was completely different. But I kind of enjoyed it for what it was. That one, RoboCop, I just couldn't. I feel like they were. It's like let's try and do RoboCop comes Dark Knight, sort of like that sort of vibe, and it just didn't fit with it. That one. The original's a classic.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Sam, have you seen that one?
No, mate, I didn't really have much interest in it, to be honest. I think every time I'm going to watch RoboCop, it's always going to be the original. And to be honest, 2 and 3 as well, I probably would rather watch than, say, the remake. The remake's probably got its fans and stuff, which is absolutely fair enough. But yeah, I'd say RoboCop, it's probably going to have nothing on the original, like Roy and AP was saying, and 2 and 3, I remember 3 being all right, but 2, I don't think I've seen all the way through. So yeah, but no, I think RoboCop, the remake, I'm probably like the Monuments Men. I'm happy to give a miss, to be honest, and like Roy was saying with the Monuments Men, I'd rather choose to watch The Train with Burt Lancaster instead of that movie as well.
Yeah, I realise now the double standards of what I said there, didn't I? I was saying just watch The Train.
Yeah. Talking of Burt Lancaster, Roy, I have booked my ticket to see The Swimmer at Star and Shadow Cinema.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen the movie, so that's going to be a first-time watch for me
You're
as well.
in for a treat there, Sam.
It's different to any film you've seen before, I'd say.
Yeah.
You absolutely loved it, didn't you, Roy? You gave it a 5-star, I think.
Yeah.
I'd give it up there as well.
I was so pleased I got the limited edition with the book and all that as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next up, I'm going to put a disclaimer at the front of this. It's not for Roy. I know Roy wouldn't have seen this, and it's not his film at all. No, because I'm pretty sure we've talked about it before. Because I think Stuart got a copy out of interest, but I don't think he's seen it yet. But it's a Winter's Tale, New York Winter's Tale. As you can see from the front cover, it is lovey-dovey. It's a fantasy. It's got Colin Farrell, Jessica Brown Findlay, Russell Crowe, Will Smith, Jennifer Connelly. Did I say her? No, Jennifer Connelly, William Hurt, and Eva Marie Saint. And it's a love story, basically. It starts off, I think it's in like 20s or something like that. And Colin Farrell's character is basically a burglar. And he goes into this house to rob this house one day, and he comes across this young woman who he falls in love with, basically, but she's really ill. And he's being chased down by Russell Crowe's like gangster character who he owes money. Something happens, and he's basically
been living for like 100 years, Colin Farrell's character. And then it goes to the present day and he meets Jennifer Connelly's character and she kind of tries to help him because he's got like amnesia, he can't remember who he is. So she tries to help him find his love basically. And yeah, it's a really nice film. If you like your fantasy love type films and you like the cast, I definitely recommend it because I personally really enjoyed it. William Hurt's great in it. Great to see Eva Marie Saint in it because she must have been. I mean, she's in her hundreds now. I think she's over 100 now. So she must have been in her 90s when she made that. But yeah, brilliant film. I think. Have any of you guys seen that one?
I haven't.
No, not one for you, Roy. Next up, let me make sure I get it in the right order. Oh, I do like this one. Bit of Liam Neeson, non-stop, taken on a plane.
Yeah, it's all right.
Great. I think it's just. I think love when he does these sorts of films. It has a great cast. I mean, you've got Julianne Moore, Michelle Dockery, Lupita Nyong'o, Scoot McNairy. Good tight thriller, I think. Sort of air marshal trying to find out who the murderer is. People keep getting picked off. If they didn't, yeah, good film. I think. You like that one, Roy? Then?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, nice.
He got typecast, didn't he, after Taken?
Yeah.
These films, but he fits the scene, doesn't he? So
He does, yeah.
bring him up. I like that one and the one where he's lost his memory after they plunged the
Unknown.
car.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
Unknown.
that.
Yeah, that's a
Oh,
really
yeah,
good.
that's a good one. That is, yeah. Yeah.
Weren't so keen on the Commuter.
I like the Commuter because it's
Yeah.
just basically the same, but on a train, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, I think he got a bit daft.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sam.
like I say. Sorry, go on, Sam.
Oh, no worries, mate. I was gonna say, I've not seen Non-Stop, Ollie. I do remember when it came out, but it was just one of those that I just didn't really get round to watching, to be honest. But no, it's I know Liam Neeson's had a bit of a hit and miss track record with a lot of the films he's been in recent times, but that's the one I do want to check out at some point as well, because I think you can get it as cheap as chips, less than a coffee on Blu-ray for that movie on Blu-ray. So yeah, I would definitely have to take a look at that one at some point.
Yeah. AP, have you seen that one?
No, I've not seen that one. I think you mentioned the Commuter. I was getting confused with. So I feel like with a lot of his movies, it's similar to Statham because they're like very similar movies. You kind of get lost with which one's which, don't you? With the plots and stuff like that. Is it that one? Is that one? But yeah, I do recall the title, but yeah, I've never seen it. But I like Liam Neeson though. I do like, even though his movies are very similar now, I still enjoy his movies. Like Statham, like that. I can put his movies on. You know what you're getting, don't you? With a Neeson movie, so yeah, I'll definitely give that a watch.
Yeah. Next up is the one Sam's been waiting to talk about all night. It is, of course, the Grand Budapest Hotel. Best Wes Anderson film. Perfection. Probably the best film of 2014, to be honest.
Yeah,
absolutely loved
agree.
this. Great cast, great characters, great story, great atmosphere. Yeah, 10 out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
Take it away, Sam.
I thought I'd just chuck in a bit of that music as well. Grand Budapest Hotel. One of the greatest films I've ever seen, mate. I think it's just like no other movie. You know, I love the whole sort of the kind of like the cat and mouse chase in the movie, you know, like one character's being framed and stuff, and just, you know, like the boy with the apple portrait, and kind of like the murder mystery element of the movie is just fantastic. I love the whole auction room sequence of that with Jeff Goldblum. I think that's absolutely brilliant. And then obviously Adrian Brody isn't happy with all the loyalties have been passed on the back to someone else, and he kind of loses his shit over it. And I just like his kind of reactions with in that scene. It's really good, but he's absolutely fantastic actor, and his character's a great like villain almost to the story, but Willem Dafoe kind of plays a bit of a part into that as well. But it's kind of him and Willem Dafoe and Ray Fiennes are kind of my three favorite characters in the film. The friendship between Ray Fiennes and Zero is absolutely excellent. The score, the setting with like the hotel. I think it's in Switzerland in like 1932, and the wintry setting, the wintry atmosphere is just magical. I love it. The score, the pacing, and how they did that into like 90 minutes is just a work of genius. Um, it's just fucking amazing, man. I think it's just absolutely wonderful. A couple of real laugh out loud moments in there as well. I love the whole like sort of the plot to escape sort of scenario in the prison as well. Very much similar line to Paddington 2 as well. That scene on the train, just as Pete's Pedro would say, just so fucking good, man. As Pete would say, yeah, just amazing. And just again the cinematography, the color palette with the pink colors as well. The Zero and Agatha's relationship in the movie, it's all gold. It's my favorite film also, Ollie, of 2014. I rewatched it on my birthday as well. Yeah, what a fucking amazing movie. Absolutely love every single minute of it.
Nice. AP, I know you said you've not seen it. Roy, have you seen it?
It's all right. Sorry, Sam, I couldn't resist.
Sam looked like all the blood
I would
drained out of
still
his
take
body
all
when
right
you
though,
said
to be fair, Roy.
I couldn't resist. No, I don't know. Yeah, it's a very good film.
Yeah.
I've only seen a handful of his films, but I think, like you, he's probably the best I've seen. And
Yes.
I like that everything's symmetrical in the hotel. It's like everything's like a mirror image. And there's a lot of model work, isn't there? Everything's done with models.
That's it, mate. Yeah.
Which I really enjoyed as well. Yeah, it's a good film. I don't like it as much as you do, Sam. But
yeah, that's absolutely fair enough. But mate, I was just gonna say though, Roy, even if you said it was just all right, that's still better than shite or sentimental hogwash along those lines. Yeah, but no, glad I remember. I was trying to remember as well, Roy, because I remember you saying you seen that and you did really enjoy it and stuff. But yeah, it's do you know what as well, Ollie? That to me, how that hasn't got a 4K yet, that would just be breathtaking on 4K, I'd imagine as well, that movie.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in my top 50 films. Let me have a check a second.
It's in my top 20, man. So that's a major giveaway to where it's going to rank in my Wes Anderson ranking video.
I think Ollie's frozen.
Oh, I am here. I'm just checking my list. I'll be back in a second.
Do you know what, Ollie? Now we're talking about it, I want to watch that movie right now as well.
That's the thing with these streams, isn't it? You think, oh, I want to watch that.
There's so many films that we've talked about in this stream that I just want to go back and watch or watch for the first time. And I've just looked, and shockingly, it's not on my list. So I think I'm going to need to rework my list because that needs to be on there somewhere. Next up is one I've not actually seen, but it's one I've bought recently, and it looks right up my street. It's called Bad Words. It's Jason Bateman, and I think he directs it as well.
Okay,
and he basically enters this spelling bee full of kids because he finds a loophole where he can basically enter it. But he's like a filthy mouthed adult that just wants to win. And I've seen the trailer and it looks absolutely hilarious. It's got Catherine Hahn in it. She looks really funny in it. Who else is in it? Alison Janney, Philip Baker Hall. It looks really funny, and it's just got like the color palette in it just looks like very 90s, although it's not.
Yeah.
It's from like about 2014, obviously. But yeah, it just looks. It's always one that's interested me. And funnily enough, I got this from CEX, but it's the American import, so I don't know why they were selling it. But I know there is a UK release. But yeah, it looks like a good film. I don't know if any of you guys have seen that one.
I've not heard of it, Ollie,
No.
to be honest.
No,
Me
yeah,
either.
I'll have to give it a watch and let you know what it's like. But it looks good. It's got good quotes on it. Got good talent involved, so could be a good one. Next up's another one I've not seen, and I don't own it, and it's Need for Speed, which I know got absolutely slated when it came out because obviously it's an adaptation of quite a successful video game series, which obviously is quite hard to adapt because of the nature of the video game. But yeah, I've never seen it, so I can't really comment on it. I don't know if any of you guys have watched that one.
I had.
It was all right. Have you seen it, Sammy?
I've not. AP, to be honest, I didn't have much interest in seeing that one, Ollie, when it came out. But no, someone I think I went to college with, he said it was all right. Said it was God, what's his name from Breaking Bad? Aaron Paul.
He's
He's meant to be quite good in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you, Ollie, I didn't really have much interest in seeing that one when it came out originally. It reminded me similar to, was it Speed Racer from 2007 or something?
I did love that one.
Was
That's
it
good film.
absolutely pants, Ollie, that film?
What, Speed Racer?
Yeah.
It's not crap. It's just it's ambitious. It's overly ambitious. I think the color palette is beautiful on it. I think the colors in the film's good. It's just it's too. I think the film itself is quite messy and all over the place.
It's a wild ride.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw what you did there, Roy.
I didn't mean to.
So, AP, did you say you've seen that one, Need for Speed?
Yeah, I remember watching. I've only seen it once, but I remember it not being awful and not being spectacular. I mean, it's nothing like I played video games where there's nothing connection. They're just racing games, so they just use the property. But it was a decent watch. I think I think a lot of people were probably at the time, because Fast and the Furious movies were pretty high in demand at that time, so they were trying to kind of doing their own version of that, but it really isn't that comparable, really. But it was a decent watch. I wouldn't not watch it. Like, it's worth giving a watch.
Yeah. Roy, have you seen that one? Did you say? I didn't know if you said you've seen that.
I have,
You
yeah.
have?
The same as AP. It's a decent car action thriller that killed a couple of hours. I think I'm realising today that I've got a lower quality threshold than I thought I had. I'm liking a lot of these crap films.
RoboCop, Need for Speed, two of the worst films of the year, and you like them.
Oh, I want to watch Speed Racer again now as well.
Next up, we have Divergent, which is another one of these like YA novels that they've turned into a series of films, and it's been a very long time since I've seen these films. They were in the pile to get rid of because I didn't think I was going to like them on a rewatch, but I'm going to give them another chance and rewatch them. But this one I remember being all right. It's Shailene Woodley and Theo James, and it's like they're in like this sort of games type thing, I think. Kate Winslet's in there as well. She's the villain. That's all I really remember about it, to be honest. Miles Teller's in there.
Oh?
Yeah. Can't really remember much else about it, to be honest with you. Have any of you guys seen that one?
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah,
Boring.
I watched it, Ollie, and I thought it was a load of steaming pile of piss. I really didn't like that one. I was absolutely bored shitless watching that movie. I was thinking, WTF this? It was just, I just really was so bored. I think it kind of fell into that similar category, those like fantasy or adventure movies
Yeah.
come at similar time to the Hunger Games almost, but yeah, wasn't for me, man. Funny you said Shailene Woodley and Miles Teller were in that movie as well as The Spectacular
The
Now
year
the
before,
previous
yeah.
year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spectacular Now's a much better movie though, Ollie, I will
Oh,
say
yeah.
that.
Would you say Divergent's a bag of bollocks then, Sam?
It was, as the Sex Pistols would say, never mind the bag of bollocks.
The bag of bollocks.
Never mind the bollocks. It was just a load of steaming pile
Pile
of
of garbage.
piss, and
Yeah.
it was just made. What was it going to say again? I'm going to say it made Star Wars,
Sam's gone.
the Last Jedi, look much more watchable, and that's that. There we go. I've got it in the end.
Roy, have you seen it?
I have, and like Sam says, it was boring. So
Yeah.
I gave up on them then. Is it Allegiant and
Insurgent and then Allegiant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never bothered.
I didn't bother either, Roy.
Yeah, they were supposed to do a fourth one as well, but they cancelled
lovely.
it because obviously they didn't do very well.
No.
AP,
Have you seen it,
that one?
Ollie? Oh, sorry, AP, go on.
No, I've never seen that one. Never seen it.
Fair enough. What were you going to say, Sam?
Sorry to interrupt you, mate. I was going to ask you, have you seen that one, did you say, Ollie?
A long time ago when it came out, so that's why I've got all three and I'm willing to give them one more watch. But it's likely that I'll watch them and then they'll probably go because from what you're saying, they're a bag of bollocks and we don't keep bags of bollocks in our collections. Well, unless
Ollie,
you're Roy with Greece.
Ollie, you introduced this new section of your show as 2014, one of the finest years of cinema.
No. I said it was a mixed bag. I said we're going to talk about the good and the bad.
I thought you said it was one of your favourite years.
It is because there are still. We've not got the back half of add some quality. There's some good ones in here. We just have added quite a few bad in a row. But don't worry, we'll get back. We'll get back. Next up is Darren Aronofsky's Noah, which is another one I've not seen for a long time, so I can't really comment on. I think I watched it when it came out and thought it was all right. I like him as a director. I like Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
So I want to watch it again. Have you guys seen that one?
I didn't have much interest in it, Ollie, when it came out.
Yeah, Roy?
I really liked it.
Oh,
Okay,
good
so
to hear, Roy.
I'm probably going to hate it then, aren't I, Roy?
You're going to hate it. No, I thought it's on quite a big scale, and I love the scale of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I loved it. The building of the ark, and I'm not biblical in any sense of the word, but yeah, I really enjoyed that. It took a lot of flack, so I probably went in with a low bar, but yeah, it was good. I think I picked up the Blu-ray for 50p, expecting nothing, and yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, AP.
So you've got to watch it now, because I'm intrigued.
Okay.
No, I've not. I was thinking of the that Bruce Almighty sequel. Do you know the Evan Almighty?
Evan Almighty, yeah.
I kind of that me Evan first, but it's definitely not a movie. I've never seen that film. No, it's ones that just like went over me.
Yeah, fair enough. Next up, one of the best films of the year, and probably the best MCU film out there, and it's Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Everything a Marvel film should be. Great. Talk about conspiracy thrillers. This would fit nicely into that bracket. Definitely a great conspiracy spy thriller, harkening back to the 70s. You even got Robert Redford in here. So that's another nod to the 70s, I suppose. And I think he's excellent as the villain in this. I just love the whole atmosphere and the whole story of this, and him teaming up with Black Widow in this. I just think it's absolutely brilliant. What do you guys think of this one?
Yeah, same as you, Ollie. One of the MCU's finest. I think it's absolutely brilliant. It was such a surprise as well, because don't get me wrong, I did quite like the first Captain America film, but it was such a surprise and like kind of a breath of fresh air to kind of what we've seen, you know, like from the MCU, like the previous year and stuff. But I thought it was absolutely fantastic, mate. You know, there was just some good tension in there. You know, Chris Evans, you can definitely tell he really taps into the role as Captain America to an upper degree in that movie. And yeah, the whole thing with like Natasha Black Widow and like Nick Fury as well. They play a really good part into the film. And yeah, it was very a grounded scale, and the whole the thing with the spy thriller kind of, you know, esque parts of the MCU really did wonders for that film as well. And it was such an interesting story. Good villain as well, like you were saying, Ollie. Yeah, definitely, and good to see how it started off with Bucky Barnes as well, like because that was Bucky's first movie into the MCU. So fantastic film, Ollie. Haven't seen it for probably about 10 years now, so I'm well overdue to rewatch that one. But awesome movie, I love it.
Wouldn't Bucky in the first Captain America though?
Was he? I can't remember. Was
Yeah,
he?
because he falls off the train, doesn't he?
Oh, was
Yeah,
it?
he does,
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that goes to show how long it was since I last seen
I
that
know.
film then.
Yeah. Roy, what do you think of that one?
I like it. I do prefer the first Avenger, the first Captain America.
Yeah.
I love the origin story of how it come about and the
Yeah.
World War II setting in it. But yeah, it's all right. Solid enough film.
Yeah. AP?
I thought it was a phenomenal movie. One of the best sequels in the Marvel franchise, and it was just. I think the first one's really good, and I really enjoyed it on a rewatch. But it's completely different, isn't it? You know, it's different style of movie, especially with like the Marvel ones. It kind of breaks the mold a bit with going with a different feel of a movie, or like a more of a thriller sort of feel to it. Like it's I thought it was incredible. The acting, it's kind of. I think you kind of forget Bucky Barnes in the first one because he's kind of feels it's a completely different character. He kind of like forget he's in that first one. He's got that origin story in there, but it's a brilliant movie, and it's a 10 out of 10. It's
Yeah.
the one after that as well. Civil War was great, but Winter Soldier's definitely my favourite out of them movies. But what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to shoot anyway. I'm up early, but it's been an awesome stream, and thank you again for having me on, guys. I've really enjoyed it.
Thanks
Cheers,
for joining.
AP.
Thanks, AP. Good to chat to you.
Yeah, good
Been
chat
nice
to
meeting
you.
you.
Gents. Likewise, gents. Have a nice evening. Take it easy.
And you.
Yeah,
Bye.
later.
Thanks so much, buddy.
Bye. Right, next on the list is Draft Day, which is a Kevin Costner film from, again, 2014, basically where they're trying to pick the NFL draft for the season. Probably sounds really boring, but it's a really good drama. And Roy probably ain't convinced because it's Kevin Costner, but it was actually Ivan Reitman's final film that he directed. As got a really good cat. I think Ellen Burstyn's in it. Jennifer Garner. Obviously Kevin Costner, Chadwick Boseman. Really, really strong film. Good drama. If you like your dramas, I don't know if you've seen that one, Sam. I take it Roy hasn't.
I've not heard of it, mate. No, I've not heard of that one, but I need to check out a lot more of Kevin Costner's films because there's a lot of his movies I haven't actually seen. So yeah, that one could be pretty good though, to be fair.
Yeah, Roy, take it you've not seen that.
I haven't seen it. I've heard of it, but now that I'm sort of a new Kevin Costner fan, I'd be willing to give it a go.
Yeah, you might like it.
I don't mind the American football. I watch it if it's on the TV. So yeah, I'd probably give it a watch.
Yeah, nice. The next one is Transcendence, which I'm giving to Tim because I didn't get on with it. It's directed by Christopher Nolan's director of photography. It's his first film. Basically, I think something happened and Christopher Nolan basically helped him with this film because he wanted to do it. I think it's just over ambitious. It's Johnny Depp, Morgan Freeman, Rebecca Hall, Cillian Murphy, Paul Bettany. it's just a bit over ambitious. It's all to do with AI, and I just don't think I think it falls quite flat. But hopefully Tim will enjoy it when I give it to him. Have either of you guys seen that one?
I've not
No.
seen it, Ollie. I don't think I had much intention of seeing that one when it originally came out, though, to be fair.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, not seen it. Just one I've not seen about.
Yeah, fair enough. Next up is The Amazing Spider-Man 2, which I think fell flat on its face. Just wasn't very good at all. I quite enjoyed the first Amazing Spider-Man film, but I think the second one struggled because they added too many villains in there. There was just too much going on in it, and it just didn't fit together, didn't pull together, and I think it was just it felt like quite a rushed film. Things were just going on for too long. So yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that film. Probably the weakest Spider-Man film for me. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen it. I weren't a fan either. I weren't a fan of either the Garfield Spider-Man, to be honest. Nothing I'd go back to anytime soon.
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah, I went to go to the cinema to see both Amazing Spider-Man films. The first one was definitely the better one. I think that's probably the one I'll probably choose to go back and rewatch. The second one, yeah, it was not particularly good, and it was a bit of convoluted as well. I thought some of the CGI or special effects was a little bit wishy-washy, a little bit all over the shop. But yeah, it's probably one I'm not really bothered about going back to rewatch. I think the first one was not too bad though, but I think every time I go back to Spider-Man, it's either going to be Tobey Maguire or the Tom Holland's trilogy, or even what was it, Into the Spider-Verse. So yeah, I think the Andrew Garfield movies are definitely kind of the weakest on that Spidey spectrum, I would say.
Yeah. Next up's one that Sam's watched recently, and I quite like it. I think it's quite a good, funny comedy, and it's Bad Neighbours. Seth
Yeah, I
Rogen,
like
Zac
that.
Efron, Rose Byrne. Yeah, some really funny moments in this. The sequel's okay. It's not as good as this one. I thought it was all right, the sequel, but yeah, this one's really funny. And I know Sam said the scene with the cushion when he's at work is when they put an airbag in his seat. It's absolutely hilarious. He sits on it at work. It just goes flying up into the ceiling. Oh, it's absolutely hilarious.
Oh God, it's so funny in it, Ollie.
Yeah,
And when does he have to keep getting the brush as well to keep like testing to see
yeah,
if there's any of the cushions and that? Oh, it's so funny. But I love the opening scene as well. Like when they try to have a bit of privacy in that. It's so funny. And what is it? Like they're trying to say, hey, can you keep it down? But yet they decide to just join the party anyway.
yeah,
And the whole when they sit down and the Seth Rogen and Efron were debating like, oh, Batman. It's like that sequence funny, and the fight sequence as well, Ollie, towards the end. That is so funny as well. Have you seen that one, Roy? Bad Neighbours.
I haven't, I don't think.
That's
No.
probably one worth checking out, Roy. That's not bad, that film.
Yeah, I'll see about. I'll grab that. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Good concept as well,
yeah.
in it, Ollie. Yeah,
yeah. It
good
is.
story
Yeah,
to that one.
yeah. The next one is Gareth Edwards' Godzilla. Brilliant film.
Oh, good. Yeah, I like that.
Was my favorite Godzilla film until -1, which is obviously now my favorite. Just a great monster film, great kaiju film. I think they nail the human characters in this film as well. I think are really good. You've got Bryan Cranston, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Elizabeth Olsen. I think they're really good in this. And yeah, great monster action in this one as well. Really like this one. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, cracking
You like that
film.
one, Roy?
It's good. Yeah, I like it, Ollie. I only watched it for the first time last year. Maybe it was last year, and I really enjoyed it. And I have been meaning to go to see the is it King of the Monsters and Godzilla v Kong both of the Godzilla v Kong movies. You have to try and make time for them. But the Godzilla 2014 is good, but I'm with you there, Ollie. -1's definitely been my favourite Godzilla film, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's definitely the best out of the newer Hollywood Godzilla films.
definitely. Yeah,
I think they got worse and worse, to be honest.
yeah.
Did you not like the last one, Roy? They came out last year.
I haven't seen the one that come out last year, but I've seen a couple before that. Bryan Cranston, they killed him off a bit too early for my liking. I think they could have kept him going for a bit longer because he only lasted about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Didn't he? So yeah,
Yeah, he got
I mean,
killed off quite quickly.
it just come off the back of Breaking Bad. So you thought he was going to be the main star of it, and then they just killed him off straight away, which I thought was a bit of a mistake. But yeah, good kaiju film, like you say.
Yeah. Next up is X-Men: Days of Future Past, the best X-Men film in my opinion.
That's really good.
The right way to do an X-Men film and incorporate the young versions of the characters and the old versions, interweave them, have Wolverine as your main character and going back in time. And yeah, thought they nailed it with that one. Just think it's a really watchable, fun X-Men film. What do you guys think?
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it's really good. Ollie, like you, my favourite X-Men film, and I think just again, that whole concept as well, like with the time concept was really good in there, and I just love the whole like sort of exploring those that different dimensions and stuff. I thought it was brilliant, and yeah, great. Like great, obviously with James McAvoy and Michael Fassbender as well. I really liked the introduction of Quicksilver and like that as well. Yeah, great movie. Yeah, quite sort of very kind of like a bit of a bewildering, ambiguous ending from what I remember because it's been a long time since I've last seen it. But yeah, very good film. Love that.
Yeah, decent film. Fourth best X-Men film, so can't go wrong with that, can you? You've got to go X2, X-Men, First Class. Then that one for me.
I can get behind that. Yeah, I can definitely get behind that ranking.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I even like the third X-Men film, the original trilogy. And
it's not bad. Yeah, I don't dislike it.
I don't mind the third one, to be honest.
Yeah. The only one I didn't like was Origins Wolverine. I didn't think that was good at all.
Pretty bad. The other Wolverine film was all right, though, wasn't it?
The Wolf when he's in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was all right.
Yeah. The Japanese guy, the main Japanese guy, has been in a lot of films, hasn't he?
Was it Hiroyuki Sanada?
That's him. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was in that crap. He was in that crap Sunshine, wasn't he?
He was in that crap Sunshine.
Next up is Maleficent, one of the first live-action retellings that Disney did, and it's not bad. I personally prefer the sequel. It's been a while since I've seen the original, though. But it's all right. I mean, it's a different take, going on like I'm focusing on the villain instead of the hero, the lead of the film. I think Angelina Jolie did a really good job playing her. And yeah, I think it's a dark fantasy Disney film. I think it's done really well. What do you guys think of that one?
I've not seen it.
No, Sam?
Not seen it, mate. It might be one I might check out at some point, but haven't rushed to seen it. But no, it might be all right, that one.
Yeah. Next up is A Million Ways to Die in the West, which is okay. I need to give it another rewatch. I don't like this as much as the Ted films. There's some elements to it I like, but some of it just, I think, falls quite flat. And I don't think it's as funny as the Ted films. I love seeing Liam Neeson in a comedy. Makes me look forward to the new Naked Gun even more. I think he's really good because he's got that very dry sense of humor. He's like the straight man, but he can be funny just by being himself. I mean, his scene in Ted 2 has me in stitches every time. But yeah, it's a decent film, but not the best, I don't think. What do you guys think if you've seen that?
Again, not seen it.
Yeah, Sam?
Saw it at the cinema, mate, but I haven't seen it since. But I thought it was sort of right. There was some really there was a couple of really laugh out loud moments from what I remember. But yeah, I haven't really had the urge to check out that one again. But it was not bad. It was okay, that one for me.
Yeah. We'll just jump to the comments because Jim's out of jail and he's here.
Hello,
Hey!
Jim.
Hello, Jim. It's good that you're out of jail and you're back.
Actually, I did think a little while ago, oh, Jim hasn't commented. I
Yeah,
hope
I
he's...
thought that. I was a bit worried he was still blocked, but he's been commenting on my videos, so he must be all right. But he said, "A Million Ways to Die in the West is absolutely horrible. When the highlight of the movie is Neil Patrick Harris taking a dump into a cowboy hat, you know you have problems." Very true. Next up, one that I know Roy's watched, and it might even be one of Roy's favourites of this year. It's definitely up there for me. It's the excellent Chef, John
Oh,
Favreau's
brilliant
Chef.
film. Love
This film. Just a really wholesome, nice, easy watch. Great characters in this. Love it. Just food makes you hungry when you're watching it. But yeah, absolutely love this film. Take it away, Roy.
That's what you call a feel-good film, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. Great film.
If you look at feel-good film in the dictionary, you'll see a picture of Chef.
Yep, I agree with that one.
And such a great cast, and yeah, it's just
brilliant.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Sam, you've seen that one?
To my absolute shame, mate, no, I haven't seen that one yet. I've heard nothing but really good things about it, and it was one I remember when me and my friend Niall, we were meant to go to the cinema to see that one, but we never got round to watching it, and there's no excuse to why I haven't got to that film sooner, because I've heard really good things. But no, I definitely need to get that one on Blu-ray at some point.
Yeah. And Jim has said Chef is great. It is indeed. Next up, we have Edge of Tomorrow, or Live, Die, Repeat, which I think we mentioned in the last stream, or last Monday stream, with Tom Cruise films. I think this is one of the best films he's done in years. Brilliant sci-fi film, another like time loop film. I love a good time like loop film, and I think this is just so good. Bill Paxton in this is brilliant in one of his later roles. Just absolutely love everything about this film. Just it thinks it works, and it's even better on every time I rewatch it, because you pick something else up every time you watch it. So yeah, can't say anything better than that. Roy, do you want to start first?
Yes, a wild ride. And like you say, you pick more and more every time you see it. The one thing I will say, I think it gets a bit convoluted towards the end.
Towards the end, yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Gets a bit bogged down, but apart from that, yeah, great action film.
yeah.
Tom Cruise
Sam,
is the man, isn't he?
he is indeed. Sam?
I haven't seen it, mate. I've heard again it's really good, and it's definitely meant to be kind of like a really great modern take on like sort of like the Groundhog Day sort of scenario and stuff. And it's definitely still one that's on my radar and stuff. And maybe I might even let's see if I can find the Blu-ray of that tomorrow.
You've gobsmacked me with these last two, Sam.
Yeah.
I can't believe it either, Roy. I've let the team down here. I still need to see like these movies for sure. But do you know what, Ollie? 2014 was such a fantastic year, wasn't it?
It is,
Solid
yeah.
8 out of 10.
Solid 8 out of 10, yeah, as Sam would say.
Yeah. I remember it was awesome that time when we went to go and see Sinners, and I came out and said that film was like a solid 8 or 8.5 out of 10.
We lost Tim. Do you remember we lost Tim?
Oh God, yeah. Was that when he went to
He went to the toilet and he couldn't find us, so he lost
Oh,
him.
yes.
He was walking around the cinema looking for us.
And he had to go to Sainsbury's as well. I remember that.
Yeah. Jim says, I watched Mickey 17 today. It was good, but it wasn't great. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say the same.
I must watch that. It's on Fire Stick Plus now.
Yeah, well, it came out on physical today.
Yeah, did it?
Edge of Tomorrow has become my favorite Tom Cruise movie ever, for good reason. And Jim said Groundhog Day meets Starship Troopers. Yeah,
well, the
I think you've nailed it on the head there with that description. And he said, you lost Tim. See what happens when you boys are left to your own devices without parental guidance. We only turned our backs for 2 seconds and he was gone. Next up, we have one that I'm sure Roy hasn't seen, but I'm sure Sam has seen. It's The Fault in Our Stars. Absolutely beautiful film. Absolutely
love
love
that
this
film.
Again, probably put it in my top 5 from 2014. Just really
Yeah.
great. I don't know if I would say feel good. It's definitely coming of age, which, as you know, I absolutely love coming of age films. But
Is that the film where everybody's dying?
yes, there's 2 teenagers that basically have terminal illnesses, and they're in this support
I
group,
could watch that.
and
Sorry.
it fucking heartbreaking. But
Jim's gonna hate that.
yeah, but Willem Dafoe pops up in here, and I think he's great in it. Is it? Yeah, Laura Dern plays. Did he play her pet mum? I think, or I think
She
he
does, mate. Yeah.
Oh, it's just such a sad film, but it's just brilliant. It's definitely a tearjerker, that one. Sam?
Really good film, mate. Yeah, I need to, again, to my absolute shame, I need to get that in my Blu-ray collection because I keep seeing it, like for about 50 pence a pound, which is like £1.50 less than a coffee or something. Because, well, you never know with these prices nowadays with coffees and stuff that, they always gone up in price all the time.
£5.
But
It's £5 around me for a coffee.
fucking ridiculous, isn't it, mate? But yeah, the film's really good. Both the main actors are good. I like Willem Dafoe when he comes into the story, and when they go to is it Amsterdam as well?
Yeah.
I think that's just beautiful storytelling right there, and just it's a film that's got tug at the heartstrings. When you see what is about to come and stuff later on in the film, that it is quite the tug heartstrings. It could be quite. It's really sad and stuff. But yeah, I think it's a beautiful movie, like you say, Ollie. Similar to Me, Earl and the Dying Girl, which is just another really beautiful movie. I actually think I do prefer Me, Earl and the Dying
Oh, do
Girl,
you?
the film.
Really?
Yeah, I think I do, mate. To be honest, I did really love that film, but Fault in Our Stars, I thought very good. Yeah, again, just it just came out in a really great year for movies as well. So yeah.
Jim has said I haven't seen that one, but then again, I'm a man.
You see, the thing is, me and Jim are men's men. We don't watch that crap.
Yeah, you don't do that crap. I prefer the Amsterdam scene in Eurotrip. That one is heartbreaking as well. I've not seen that yet. Next on the list is another great comedy, 22 Jump Street. Another example of a brilliant sequel.
Yeah.
Really funny. Same as the first one, just more of it. Obviously, the most memorable scene for me is at the start where they're in the warehouse and he's just
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. I just pissing myself with laughter every time I see that. Yeah, just love both of these films. I think they're both great. What do you think, guys?
I can't remember. I've watched it. I can't remember it, to be honest.
Yeah, Sam?
Oh, I love it, mate. I love both of them movies as well. I think, actually, if anything, I probably do prefer 22 Jump Street as well. I think Ice Cube is hilarious in that movie. The whole scene where, there's one scene with a taser or something like that in the film. It's just fucking hilarious. And
Well, it's because he's sleeping with his daughter, isn't he? And when they it's so funny.
Oh my god, and Channing Tatum's just like up and about, and he's just basically grassing on him.
Yeah.
Oh man, it is yeah, such a funny movie, and the octopus in the crate as well. And then
Yeah.
the scene where he gives out his honesty, and the teacher's like, "What? You really think that?" And he says, "You know what, Dougal, someone, that is what the answer I've been looking for."
Oh, and when he's fighting the girl in the bedroom,
That is
that's
hilarious.
hilarious.
Oh man, do you know
Jim
what, Ollie?
Oh, Jim said 22 Jump Street is 100 times better than it has any right to be, just like 21 Jump Street. Oh yeah, definitely.
It's
It's the,
it's the scene with
you
you
sons of
son of
bitches
bitches
are
are
going
going
to
to
dental school.
dental school.
And it
There's that.
goes, you two sons of bitches are going to see school. Oh, that end bit is just hilarious because they go to like 100 Jump Street where they're like in the Ice Age or something. Oh, it's just so funny. Yeah, love those films.
Oh my god. Do you know what, Ollie? The ending's pretty much said it all, really, because we might not get another sequel to that now. But
No, maybe not. Yeah.
if we did get another sequel, happily be up for seeing that if they did another one.
I don't know where they would go in this one because they've done college, they've done university. Where would they go next? Law school? Maybe. Who knows? Next one I don't own, well, I do own physically. It's in my Clint Eastwood box set, and it's Jersey Boys, the story of Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Absolutely love that film. One of my favorite Clint Eastwood directed films. Just love their story, where they came from, the fact that they were very close friends with Joe Pesci growing up. And I've seen it on stage as well, which makes me love it even more. They just have a really interesting story, and I love a good music biopic. So yeah, I think Clint knocked it out of the park with that one. Roy, I'm guessing you've definitely seen that one.
I haven't. I have got a
You've not
copy.
seen it yet.
I've not seen it. I found a copy a few weeks ago at a charity shop, so I should get onto it. Really, shouldn't
Yeah,
I?
I think you like that one.
Yeah.
It's up your street, I think.
Yeah.
Sam?
Yeah, I quite liked it, mate. I've not seen it since the cinema, but I do remember really enjoying it. I thought it was a decent biopic of the Four Seasons. I know it got a bit frowned upon, I think, but I did quite like that one. And it was good to learn a bit about the Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons as well. I thought the cast was a good choice as well to play them. Yeah, and yeah, it was actually a good introduction piece to their music as well. So because I didn't know much about their music going into that movie, so yeah, good film, Ollie. I'm well overdue a rewatch of that one as well.
Yeah. Jim said the best thing about Jersey Boys to me is the music. It didn't connect with me, but I know somebody who absolutely adores it. Fair enough. And Si's gone 23 Jump Street could be at their own high school reunion. That's a good idea. Quite a good, could be a good idea, yeah. Next up, we unfortunately have a stinker. It's Transformers Age of Extinction. Crap, 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 crap. They had no right casting Mark Wahlberg in Transformers. He doesn't fit. The story, it's just too long. The story doesn't work. The last two Transformers films that Michael Bay did were garbage. Yeah, that's all I can say about that. What do you guys think?
I really didn't like the first two Transformers films, Ollie. I just found them utter cringe. The humor was diabolical. You know, like I thought it was just so awful. Like a couple of I thought it was just forced humor in both of the
Yeah,
first two movies. I really didn't like the characters in their movies. They're just so unlikable. Yeah, and I didn't like the way the Transformers were portrayed, and I didn't bother with the other Transformer movies after that, other than Bumblebee, which was good. I liked that one.
yeah. Roy?
The first one I thought was really good, and then they just got worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I've seen. Is that the first or the second one with Wahlberg
That's the
in that
first
one?
with Wahlberg.
Oh, so I have seen that one,
With
and
the
yeah,
dinosaurs.
yeah, I have seen that, and yeah, pretty terrible.
Yeah. Next up, we have one I don't have and I haven't seen, but I know Sam has seen it and he loves it, and it's Boyhood. Richard later.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Have
you
you
two go ahead because I've not seen it, but I've
Have
heard
you
good
seen
things.
Have you
I
seen
have
it, Roy?
Yeah, it's an incredible piece of filmmaking.
I'm so glad you said that. It is absolutely amazing in it, mate. It's like only Richard Linklater could have done that, couldn't he, Roy? Well, you never know. Someone else could have had that similar idea, but he pretty much did something that no other director got to yet, to do a film set around 12 years, centered around one character and the family. It's just 12 years in the filmmaking. That movie, it's absolutely it's absolutely incredible. And I just loved how we see, the family at the start, and then
How it
we
evolves.
see
Yeah.
what were we saying, sorry, Roy?
How the family evolves over all the years.
Absolutely. Just at the start, and then with Patricia Arquette as well, who's rightly won Best Supporting Actress at the Oscars that year. And just you see characters along the way. One character that comes a bit midway through the movie who is an absolute dick. He seems like a lovable guy, but then he's not always seems. He's like a bit of an absolute dick, and the way he just talks to people, I was like, fuck that twat, and that it just really didn't like his character. But then you see they meet other people along the way. It's just, like you said, Roy, a great film that just evolves and it goes places. It's just a phenomenal 10 out of 10 movie as well.
Just to have the sheer audacity just to attempt it.
It's brilliant, mate. It's just genius how he did that over the course of 12 years with the same cast as well. It's just phenomenal. The only thing I'll say, Roy, I might be in the minority when I say this, I thought the ending was just okay.
Yeah.
Everything else, though, phenomenal. The ending was just fine. What would you say with that one, Roy?
Yeah, you're probably right. It is a film, again, I need to rewatch. I've only ever seen it once. It's very long, isn't it?
About 2 hour and 30 minutes, I think it was, if I remember rightly.
And it got picked to the Best Picture, didn't it? Which I thought it should have been Best Picture. I can't remember what won that year.
It was Birdman, wasn't it?
But there again, that's another very good film, isn't it?
Oh, I love that as well.
We've still got that to come.
How many more you got, Ollie? It's my bedtime.
Yeah, I've got to get going soon, mate.
I'm on page 2 and there's 3 pages. So let me know when you want to stop and we can stop.
We could I don't want to sound rude, Ollie, when I say this, but it's up to you. I don't want to be like badgering or anything, but I was going to say we could have always continued on to the next stream.
Yeah,
it's up to you what you want to do there.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. We can do that. We could leave it there. I mean, it's 11:15 now, so we could call it a day there.
Because I want to. It is a good idea, and I want to give it my proper time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, without just saying, yeah, that was good, or yeah, that was crap. Because it's good discussion.
Good to look at it. Yeah, we'll do it maybe the next stream. We'll have our normal like recent watches and movie news stuff, but then maybe we'll just focus on that for the next stream. Yeah, sounds good.
It's been a solid 8 out of 10 though.
Oh, solid 8 out of 10. Yeah, could be a 10. Could be a 10 out of 10, and then go back down to an 8 out of 10.
I'm never gonna forget that.
I couldn't believe when you did that. It literally went from the space of 10 minutes, went from a 10 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10 again.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was after we'd eaten. So I said, so you said 8 out of 10, and then when we were eating, I said, "Is this this is a 10 out of 10 in it, Sam? It's got to be."
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, 10 out of 10. And then when we went outside, when they kicked us out after the cinema and all that, I sat there. I said, "Sam, do you think this is a 10 out of 10 still?" "Oh, I think it's an 8 out of 10, you said."
I think I do remember saying that.
And I think Stuart said something because he's like, "What did we do to lose 2 points in the last hour?"
Yeah, I think I remember. That's coming back to mind now. The other bit I remember as well was when we were at the steakhouse and stuff, and I think I might have just been just singing and stuff, and it was near to
Yeah,
11 o'clock,
probably.
and I had to wolf it down like a pint of lager and a Coke.
It was when she asked you how you wanted your steak to be cooked. That
It
got
was
me,
just
that did.
I misunderstood the question, mate. Like what she was asking, and you know,
Yeah.
like it was, but it was funny, Ollie. I do agree. I would kind of like, so
Because weren't you like, what didn't you say, like, yes, cook it? Or
Yes.
something like
Yes, please.
yeah, I
yeah,
think.
so he said, yes, please.
Oh my god, that was funny. Do you know what it was, Ollie? I think I either misheard or misunderstood the question, but to be honest now, Ollie, looking back, I'm glad I said that answer because it's so comedy golden.
How would you
I think
like
even-
steak cooked? Yes, I'd
E-
like it cooked.
Yeah, even the waitress laughed, I think.
Also, this was great as well, wasn't it, Ollie? When we got to the stick, and 1 minute you saw it, and then a minute later
And
it
it's
was
gone.
gone.
Now
Yeah.
you see, now it's gone.
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, it was funny.
And the
Do you know
girl,
what?
and the girl that tried picking you up on the way to the cinema.
Now, yeah, there was that lady. I must admit, she was very dazzling. I must admit.
She wasn't.
I didn't see her, to be honest. I wish I had now.
Do you know what it was, Ollie? Because you guys were walking a bit faster than me and stuff, which is
Oh, they were the
absolutely
fastest
fine.
walkers ever.
Oh, me and Stuart were ahead of all of you.
God,
We kept
like,
losing you.
don't get me
I know.
wrong, Ollie. We all walk at our own pace and stuff, and it's absolutely fair enough. But I must admit, there were times, Roy, you'll agree, as I was struggling to keep up as well.
Yeah, there was. Where are they? Where are they gone now?
It's like, oh fucking hell, we need to keep up here. Oh, that was a fun weekend, though, wasn't
Yeah,
it,
it was,
Ollie?
yeah.
I loved that.
Oh, it was, yeah. Lots of good memories there.
Yeah.
What else was it? James Arthur like played at
Oh,
HMV. We honestly thought at first it just because it was that random, it was that busy at
Yeah.
HMV. I just thought it just so happened because it was a Saturday, but because no, James Arthur was playing, and then we all just left the shop as soon as he came on stage, wasn't it?
I think he was just doing a signing,
He's
wasn't he?
doing a signing,
Was it a signing? Was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very random, I thought.
To be honest, Ollie, because I know they have done this where they would do a live set or something in the record shop, wouldn't they? And I wasn't sure if he was going to be like doing a bit of a live set at
Yeah.
HMV because they have done that before. But like you were saying, yeah, it was probably just a signing and stuff. And yeah, it was just. It
And
was
when-
just I didn't buy any of James Arthur's albums, and I didn't get a signing. Oh, what a shame, man!
It was
I've
at the end of the day, everyone said, what time are we going to meet for breakfast? And I was the first one. I said, oh, we'll meet at 9 o'clock. Wake up the next morning, look on my phone, 8:59. I'm getting out of it. Fuck. Running around like a headless chicken, panicking because thinking I was the one that bloody said 9 o'clock.
Yeah, he was.
I had my granddad knocking on my door.
Ollie,
Right,
this
guys,
is.
I'm off to bed now.
Take
All
care,
right,
Roy.
right. We'll leave it there then. I'll go as well now. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for
I'm gonna
joining,
go as well.
everyone.
Thanks so much,
Thanks.
Ollie.
Thanks, Sam.
Take care,
Thanks, everyone.
guys.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.